बस कैसे करेंगे? यू डोंट हैव एक्सेस टू कैमरा का, तो फिर इसको घुमा घुमा के रख दूंगा। हाँ। हाँ नहीं, इसमें व्यू तो सही आता है, बट इसमें बस ये सोच रहा हूँ कि यू वांट टू सी व्हाट इज हैपनिंग ऑन द स्टेज, राइट? नहीं, कर तो दूंगा। एक तो मुझे सीट चाहिए होगी, दूसरा कैमरा नहीं घूम रहा है इसमें। मतलब अभी आई एम विजिबल, मेरे को सामने का दिखा लैपटॉप। वो कैसे करेंगे? नहीं नहीं, वो तो मैं तो हट जाऊंगा, बट द कैमरा हैज टू फ्लिप ना। मेरे को फ्लिपिंग ऑप्शन नहीं आ रहा है। उससे पूछता हूँ। देखो, पूछता हूँ मैं किसी से। हाँ, गोलाइश तो कर दिया है। हाँ। अरे इसमें यार, ये कैमरा फ्लिप कैसे है?
फ्लिप राइट टू लेफ्ट ना, राइट टू लेफ्ट।
लोग दिख रहे हैं ना? क्या?
हाँ तो इसमें अभी हम ही हाँ,
अरे यार, इसमें अगर सामने स्क्रीन सामने अगर ना अपना चेहरा थोड़ी वो देख,
तो फिर ऐसे ऐसे लगाना पड़ेगा।
उल्टा ये यही एक ऑप्शन है।
हाँ तो पीछे
रिमोट।
कहीं कैमरा नहीं है ना?
नो इट विल हैपन ना।
हाँ, इसका भी ऑफ कर रहा है मिस्टर।
एक बार चेक कर लो कि ये इतना टाइम लेता है क्या?
हाँ,
ये लाइव है।
ठीक है।
उसका डिलीट कर दीजिए।
हाँ। और ये रियल टाइम में चेंज हो रहा है मतलब, या थोड़ा लैग हो रहा है? हाँ। अभी मैं आया, दिखा तुरंत आपको रियल टाइम में दिख रहा है, मैं हाथ चला रहा हूँ। ठीक है, दिस इज फाइन। हाँ, मैं कॉल काट के आऊंगा। इसका एंगल यही रखें या क्या रखें? एंगल यही रखना होगा ना?
ठीक।
हाँ बाकी सब बंद कर देता हूँ। ये स्ट्रीम होने दो ना। बाकी सब बंद कर देता हूँ। मेरे इसका क्लोजर हाँ मैं उनसे ही एक बार पूछूंगा। मैं मेरा ब्राइटनेस वाइटनेस सब कर देता हूँ, बैटरी बचाने के सारे ऑप्शन। आपको ठीक आ रहा है ना व्यू अभी भी? अभी ठीक है ठीक है।
I know about politics.
Yes, yes. Let's go. Yes.
ठीक है, वो सारा लैपटॉप चला गया ना, करते Mic is working. I think mic is working. Your mic is not working. Right. आदि सर
Sir, tadi ka bakal ada perempuan. Tetap boleh sih. गलत जगह बैठ गए है ना या आईटी लोग का कुछ अच्छा
Okay, thank you so much for your presence. And I would like to welcome you all. I'm Purima Bhargav. I'm Tusharika Singh. On behalf of NHRD and Bari Alal Chapter, this HR Conclave 025. Today, we will have broad discussions about accelerating careers and excellence with AI and smart conclave. It is the most burning topic right now as technology is evolving very fast. To begin this evening, I would request Ram Rakshit sir to please come on the stage, invite the dignitaries for the lamp lighting ceremony.
I think the lamp is always very, very auspicious for us. So may I request Nawaz sir, Dhananjay sir, Khalil sir, Rajesh sir, Ajay, please come. Mr. Padi, Arindam sir, please Pooja.
So in the last conference, I heard about the clap should be louder, longer. Thank you so much. Continue. Thank you so much. It's such an honor to have you all at the same time in one place. Thank you so much. Now, taking this afternoon ahead, I would request Sharika to please take us through the code of conduct of NHR. Thank you, Purima. I request please switch off your mobiles and rise up for the code of conduct. Please repeat with me. Stretch your hands. I will always strive to meet the highest evolving standards of competence in the profession
I will always strive the high standards of competence in the profession
and add value to organizational success. I will lead with all stakeholders with utmost integrity and create an environment of trust leading to ethical success of my organization. I will ensure that I'm always reliable and consistent in all my actions by accepting responsibilities for my decisions and actions, thereby creating credibility for my profession and myself. I will be objective in all my actions, decisions, and foster fairness with firmness. I will conduct myself in a way that facilitates growth and development of all those I am responsible for. I will strive to be a role model for all others and champion exemplary practice of the HR professional. I will respect the rights of privacy, will not use my position for personal gains, and ensure that there is no conflict of interest in what I do with any of my stakeholders. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. This code of conduct means a lot. Thank you, Sharika. Now, moving ahead, I would request Dhananjay Sir, Director General, NHRDI, for the presidential address.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Very good afternoon. Before I welcome all of you and say a few words, first February has already welcomed you. Union Budget has already welcomed you. So there is a lot of things which are there for HR professionals today, which I'm sure you all must be receiving a lot of messages, calls, how to interpret, what will be the impact. And it's not only about organized sector, but in our organized sector also, anyone who is earning any salary, for them, it's a big day today. So including us, we want to interpret how it's going to impact. So with these few words, let me welcome all of you. And I must say that we owe it to Dharam ji, team. Dharam ji is the president of NHRDN Alwar chapter and Rewari chapter. And this day is very, very important for us because the day this chapter was formed, we were contemplating how it's going to add value. We had a hunch that it will add value. But how it's going to add value was just an imagination. The real implementation of it only comes when we meet Dharamji and his team, the way they are going from one place to another place and making a difference at the grassroots level, At the same time, today we are going to talk about artificial intelligence. The greatest powers of the world today, if they are concerned about anything, that is technology and the impact of technology and how it's going to shape the economies, the geopolitics, and the future, the destiny of the countries. So my friends, I cannot think of a better opportunity because when we talk about 2047, when NHRDN talks about its vision 2047, when India talks about 100 years of democratic nation, technology is going to be a big shaper and movers and shaker the way we are going to see. Careers and accelerating careers with the help of AI is going to be very, very pivotal. And I'm so happy to be here as a learner, to learn from all of you with our interactions. And National HRD Network is the largest HR association in India with over 20,000 paid members, with 56 chapters, including our chapters in Singapore, in Dubai, and Nepal. We look forward to learn together. Thank you very much, and back to Gordon.
Now I would like to request Mr. Dharam Rakshan, Head HR, Hero Moto Corp and President, NHRDN, Rewari Alwar.
Good afternoon
Good afternoon.
and good evening, good morning also, because we have expanded our network beyond India territory. Couple of years back, we were very small. Now we have the 56 members who are catering the needs of the HR professionals, not only in India, but worldwide. In that very stage, last year, June, we took a baby step. The birth of this very chapter happened. And we are always very, very thoughtful that what we are going to do. Interestingly, you see this thing, the Rewadi Alpha chapter looks like this is a very small geography, but we caters around the periphery of around 100 kilometers. If you have to come from the Alwar, it takes 2.5 hours. And you have to go to Rewadi, again it is around the 1. So our network is very vast. We are very expanded, we work in a very expanded geography. And that's why it is important to bring all HR professionals together and to see a common dream. And the common dream was, because I will always appreciate Mr. Davas, who is here. He always had a dream that this area, this geography was never being serviced properly, because our entire focus always remained in the metro city or the city or which have the larger HR professional base or industry. And what it actually encompassed in terms of what happened that people working in this geography, they always felt that they are getting neglected because we were not servicing them, we were not upgrading their capability, we were also not telling them what is the new trends in nature. And that's why Mr. Dhananjay, Mr. Prem Singh and others also thought, okay, let's inaugurate this very chapter. So outside that very context, this chapter took the birth. And thereafter, pattern was handed over to us. Okay. So I was given the charge, being the nominated president of the NHRD. Okay, I thought this thing, okay, let's build up the team first and then start doing something. So I will just tell you this thing, so what we did over the period of 6 to 8 months' time, what the milestone we have achieved, and what we plan to do. Chapter was launched on the 22nd June. It was launched in the campus of the BML Munjal, where around more than 100 professionals were there, and largely from that very geography. Mr. Davas, Mr. Siddiqui, a lot of people were there. Mr. Prem Singh addressed us virtually. Mr. Dhananjay was always a solid pillar, and Dhananjay, Nalin, Harinder, everybody. And then what we did is to think, then after till the date, we have more than 100 active members who are working. We have conducted so far, and in the process, we have also added one institutional member, that is the Bimal Munjar, who is also our knowledge partner. We have conducted 7 HRIR programs. One was for the academy, another was on the course. Then after we had the mega conclave. Then again the second mega conclave happened in the collaboration with the Bimal Munjar. Then after the roundtable conference, which we did on the L&D, and today we are meeting it here for a very, very different topic, because this topic is very, very core to the people who are working in this very area, because you know this thing, this is the area. It is the automotive hub, where the giant like Maruti, Honda, Hero, they all are operating here, and their vendor partners are also supporting the entire journey. And in that very context, what we thought, let's do something, because how the entire landscape is being disrupted by the AI, technology, software, a lot of things are happening, because there was a time when the automobile means only the mechanical engineering and little bit the electrical engineering. But now you see the thing, the automotive is not only the mechanical engineering, it has more moved to the technological and the digital platform. So that's why this today, what we have thought, like if you think if once you will start having the panel discussion, you will get more insight why this chapter, this agenda is more and more becoming relevant. Next. So this is a journey I have already mentioned. Next. So what is our vision? What we want to do in the next 2 years' time? So from this very platform, I just want to reassure my all HR professionals, particularly in that very geography, that I am going to unveil our next 2 year journey plan. So we want to increase our membership from 1x to 2x. Right now we have 100 plus members. Now we want like in 2 years time, it should be minimum 200. We have right now 1 institutional members. We want to have 4 institutional member, 1 to 4. Student chapter right now we have 0. We want to have actually the 2 student chapters working together because this platform is not only for the HR professionals, but budding HR professionals, students also. That's why we need to create that kind of the mindset and also building the capability of the students, because when they start their journey, they find it relevant. Right now, you see this thing, we have done 7 capability workshops. We want to move to the 50 within the next 2 years' time. And I'm very, very confident I'm seeing the stalwarts like here who are sitting here. They will certainly going to help us in that very journey. And moreover, the audience who are here, the inquisitive audience, they will make this journey much more fruitful. Audience list, so far we have got around 1,000. The next 2 year time, we want to multiple like 20K. And last but not least, recently we did the social campaign because we feel that something as a chapter, we have also the responsibility toward the society. And we did this in the cold, we distributed the blankets to the needy, and in a very short time, we were able to distribute more than 1,000 blankets. We want to continue this journey. So there are the various activities we will conduct over a period of time, and we are hopeful that with the support of you and everyone, we will certainly we are going to be successful. So these are a couple of the glimpses of our different programs. Okay, and I think next program, this program will also capture that will figure. Thank you.
Right.
So, sir, join the line of this subject. I hope now we will be able to understand the concept that we had for this conference, and we will start.
Forgotten one very important thing that for reminding me. This program is being done with the Nalanda University, which is just out at Odisha, and their vice chairman, Mr. Padi, is also here. Sanani. And they have put our continue supporting this agenda. That's why we wanted to think that let's have the beginning, not only for the automotive sector, how the technology is disrupting, but also to have the shape of the initiative growth plan. We have our partners also, HR today, the partner with the media support. Yeah, we have the also. So their CEO is also here. So they are supporting the internet. Thank you.
So we all wish to create a winning organization for everyone because this helps to grow employees, society, and ultimately the nation. So what we need is a skilling ecosystem that helps everybody grow and we can support each other. To talk about this sensitive topic, we have an esteemed speaker, Mr. Arindam Lahiri, CEO, Automotive Skill Division Manufacturing of India. I request you, sir, to please join us on the dais. Let's hear it, sir.
Very good afternoon, and thank you, Narji, for inviting me over. It's always a pleasure to speak to such an august audience, shaping the lives of so many people. So today, while The topic is very specific of automotive in terms of adoption of AI and on smart mobility. And I know that there are lots of speakers from the automotive industry who will throw a lot of light on this. I wanted to touch upon predominantly the broad trends in terms of what we are seeing in terms of the skill requirement in the industry, whether it is with OEMs or component manufacturers or dealers, the three major part of the entire value chain that we work with. And also to look at, what's happening in the government policy space, which is kind of possibly trying to keep up with the changes that are happening around in the industry environment itself. So that's what I would want to touch upon. So primarily, obviously, the car of the future will be green, convenient, safe, affordable. There are four broad pillars that we're looking at in terms of how all car manufacturers or largely speaking, I would say mobility providers are looking at in terms of their technology adoption, their focus, the solutions that they're coming up, and no better example than the recently concluded Bharat Mobility Show that we had, the global expo that we had, where I think the focus has been on all these parameters with almost every manufacturer that put up a show there. So if I look at the key technology trends, we have electric vehicles, or largely speaking, I would probably expand it to new energy vehicles. That is what China has largely been talking about in terms of EVs. So adoption of that and looking at a cleaner environment with the climate control in focus, this obviously has become a very important area. And you heard today our Honorable Finance Minister very specifically talking about this in terms of the policy initiatives that the government is taking in order to enable the entire EV chain in this country, especially in the component side in terms of battery and motors as well. Autonomous driving, one of the major or the early adoption or application in terms of artificial intelligence that is part of our topic today here. And again, you heard the minister referring very specifically a center of excellence for AI. About a year back, I've been part of this body or the committee that was working on the national policy on guidelines on AI education, because AI is, it's almost like equivalent, it's a personal opinion, almost like becoming like a nuclear power, you have an AI power. I mean, you can control a lot of things in the world today if you control the entire AI value chain, essentially. Connected cars, again, obviously, we already see a lot of vehicles today which are connected. And what we are able to do with connected cars is yet to come, I believe. I think cars talking to each other, vehicles talking to each other, vehicles talking to infrastructure, all of this is in the realm of reality as we stand today. And therefore, these are very important elements in skilling that we are working on in terms of focusing. So the current skill gaps obviously are in these similar areas, the new areas. And one area that I want to highlight is around the area, the changing nature of soft skills also, I would say. So while we put a very blanket statement in terms of employability skills or soft skills, but the nature of soft skills itself is significantly changing because we see a lot of digital human interface that is happening, and that impacts how your soft skills need to be delivered for tomorrow. So the industry essentially has a task in terms of upskilling and reskilling, which will include on-the-job training,
There are many government-sponsored training programs that are being launched, and there is a very specific focus that is happening. Some of you may have been part of our discussions with the ministry very recently in terms of ITI upgradation programs, very specifically, where the government is very heavily focusing on a very large program on a hub and spoke model of ITI engagement, where industry plays a very, very active role. And I can see some of the leaders here who have already driven this kind of a program very deeply into the ITI ecosystem itself. But ITI is truly going to become industrial training center. The industrial word is very important. They should not be a training institute, but they should be industrial training institute, and therefore the presence of the industry inside these training institutions is a must for it to work efficiently. Industry academia partnership. So happy to see a university or an institute of technology being part of such an event here, and we see more and more of those happening. At ASDC, this is one area that we are significantly see how we could play a role or a bridge in this whole process. And finally, of course, online learning platforms is a very important area, and this is something, again, we see a lot of work. We have a national digital public infrastructure in skilling today, which is called SIDH, SIDH, Skill India Digital Hub. Those of you who may not have accessed it already, you can download the app or you can go on the website as you please. And it is the largest marketplace for skilling activities, which is part of a government initiative. And I think online learning, online connection between employer and employees, training information, directions, everything, course details, all of it is posted there as a single platform. So obviously, I think these are no-brainers in terms of what is there. Just shifting a little bit, I think, I must talk about this in a gathering like this. I'm sure many of you probably would be aware, but I wouldn't want to miss a chance to emphasize on the government initiative on the new education policy and a very important framework that the country has come up with in terms of the national credit framework. And I just want to ensure that all of us keep exploring and evaluating this framework further to ensure that we have a better implementation of this framework on the ground as we go along. You all know there is this standard framework. We typically talk about a A.C.E framework, knowledge, skill, attitude framework. But many of them talk also about a K.S.C, which is knowledge, skills, competency framework. This is one framework, a report, Delors report, which UNESCO published way back in 1996, which basically talks about 4 pillars of learning, which is learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, which is the competency, and learning to live together, which is probably what we call as a social skills, essentially, and that becomes very important in today's world as well. I don't want to get into all of the details, but in terms of skills, definitely the way we categorize skills are foundational skills, transferable skills, and then we come to technical and vocational skills. So while a lot of us, many a times when we talk about skills, we only talk about the technical and vocational skills, but I think it's very important to talk about foundational skills and transferable skills. And the good thing is that I don't know how many of you follow this, but if we look at the core report of ASER, ASER, the usual report in terms of our school education report, which is the annual report, it shows good results coming up in the recent report in terms of the basic reading and the mathematical skills of students improving significantly. And this is based on the same standards in which we were measuring it earlier. So it's just not that things have just been painted better, but hopefully things are moving in that direction. National Credit Framework is a framework which essentially combines the 3 major frameworks in this country: the skilling framework, the school education framework and the higher education framework, all of these three together in one single framework. And it is fundamentally designed on the knowledge, skill, competency as three axes, in which the whole framework, all the three frameworks are integrated. So while this looks a little complicated, it looks like one of those physics graphs in XYZ plane, but this is very fundamental to the learning activity that we do in this country, and therefore, whatever you are also doing individually in your organizations, alignment to the National Credit Framework will make it significantly standardized in terms of going forward, how the learners can benefit from this process. So there are various credit levels that we are talking about, and every learning hour and all types of learning has to be captured and creditized. That's the perspective that the country has today. And NEP 2020 basically talks about whether it is curricular, extracurricular, the learning needs to be standardized, creditized, in order for us to understand what that means, what a particular curriculum means, what a particular certification means. The other big ticket reform that is happening today is in terms of APAR ID or ABC as we call it, which is Academic Bank of Credits. So if you go to your DigiLocker, you can register yourself for an APAR ID or an ABC ID. Okay. It has not got a fancy name like Aadhaar as of now, but I'm very sure soon probably the government will also rename it and give it a nicer name than just a technical acronym. Which means that every learner, every child in this country, the moment they get started with the play school level, will actually be enrolled in an ABC. And every program that they do, which is creditized, will be in a wallet, which is the ABC wallet. And the ABC wallet will allow them to exchange that for the diplomas and the degrees and certificates that they need to get. So it is very important that this fundamental principle is also understood by all organizations operating in this ecosystem and is aligned to the government's vision of ensuring that we have a common credit framework and a common transition of credit across various systems happening very seamlessly through this digital public infrastructure. So these are some examples. So there are multiple ways how an exit can be interpreted, how an entry can be interpreted. So while it used to be very, very rigid in our academic system or education system, this has become very flexible in our policy framework. But it's time now for us to implement that on the ground. And therefore, we need to also understand this and adopt this in a flexible manner, which can give us a wider funnel in terms of the manpower that we are looking to hire for our organization. Finally, I must leave you with another acronym which we call is in terms of RUN, which is reskilling, upskilling, and new skilling. There are multiple ways to do this, multiple ways to creditize this, and I am very sure that many of you are already doing some of these programs, but I would encourage more and more of you to get into this and actually implement these on the ground, because that will make this country, what our Honorable Prime Minister actually has been talking about in terms of a Viksit Bharat. Of course, there are many benefits that we have for all the stakeholders, students, institutions, industry, as well as the government. And just keep that, because I think most of you will have already known about ASTC. If you still need to know anything about it, I'm there for the whole evening today. Till the end, so we'll be happy to catch up. Thank you very much.
So such an enlightening how we play a very important role with government, institutes, and corporate has a major role, upscale, reskill, and new skill. Thank you, sir, for such a session. I would like to request Mr. Malai Kumar Padi Vice Chairman NIT, and Mr. Nani Gopal, Director NIT. Dharam Rakshit sir, to please come on the stage and facilitate. Faster, louder, longer. What's it? The clap. I think this side is clapping. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Taking this evening ahead, we have another topic on the same lines coming up with esteemed panels from different industries. The topic is future ready workforce, shaping, skilling for an AI-driven mobility and manufacturing. Purnima, before we move forward to our first panel discussion, on behalf of everyone, I would like to take a moment to thank our title sponsor, Nalanda Institute of Technology, Bhubaneswar, Odisha, our executive search partner, Crest'XO, and media partner, HR Today. And start with our first panel discussion. It's my honor to introduce our esteemed panel members. Ms. Neha Oberoi, CFO and EVP Admin, Suzuki Motorcycle. Mr. Sunil Bhatt, Executive Officer and CHRO, Maruti Suzuki. Mr. Natwar Kedal, AVP and Vertical Head HR, Hyundai Motors. And to guide this insightful discussion, we have our esteemed moderator, Ms. Pooja Bhandari, Partner, People Consulting, EY. Please join me in welcoming them. I request all the panel members to please join us on the dais. Let's hear it for the panel members. Thank you. Pooja, over to you.
Am I
audible? Well audible. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to start with gentle Sneha joins us. Such a pleasure to be here. My name is Pooja Bhandari, partner with EY. Nadi sir was just pulling my leg a while back, saying, "So Pooja, how many bosses have you changed?" And I said, "So I've been with EY for 23 long years. My boss has been around for 24 years. So put consulting this." But such a pleasure. You know, I get a chance to meet you all in your nice offices with a cup of coffee. But I must tell you that each time, I think it's God's blessing that you get a stint in consulting. You get to talk to such experienced people behind the scenes, driving such large organizations. And I was just, when reflecting on the topic of future ready workforce, shaping skills for the AI driven mobility and manufacturing, I did a bit of research and I was, very, very intrigued to see that today the automotive sector is contributing 7.1% to our national GDP. The gentleman on the stage with me, the ladies joining us shortly, the gentlemen and ladies off the stage, you all contribute close to jobs, directly or indirectly. Huge amount of what pride be associated with such organizations really giving direction to our country. I think as we go ahead and look at this entire impact of AI, and I think AI and specifically generative AI has had an unprecedented impact in the automotive structure. I think the way the Gen AI has embedded itself across the manufacturing processes within the automotive, not only it has made the manufacturing more sustainable or efficient, it is also aligned very well to the increased demand of eco-friendly mobility solutions that we are talking about. Before we get into the realm of it, I think as we joined by Sneha, I'll take a minute and introduce our panel members to you. Salin sir, you need no introduction, but it'll be very nice, those who are new to the sector, if you can just introduce yourself.
Pooja, and of course, people know you more than anybody else here. I had the HR vertical for Maruti Suzuki for last charge at this position only about a year back, but then I have been with the company for more than 50 years. Altogether, I have put in around 33 years of service, starting from Tata Steel Jamshedpur as a management trainee, and then switching over to major OEMs and multinationals, and finally landed up here. So it has been a very, very interesting journey. We'll talk about this subject as we go along. There's a lot to share, lot to, in fact, introspect and reflect. So over to Nara.
Hi, thank you so much. I am Nafur Kadel. I started my journey with Hyundai Motors in year 2007, and it's been now my 18th year with Hyundai. I've grown along with the organization. The top role, what I was looking after is heading the corporate for Hyundai. One plant and corporate office were based out of Chennai, and now we have moved out to Gurgaon in 2021. And just recently, from 1st of January, I head the entire HR vertical for Hyundai. The journey has been very interesting, has been very learningful, and I'm sure this, as we move forward, we'll learn too. Thank you.
Welcome, welcome. So I think, I must take a minute and mention to all of you that EY has done a study which is called AIDA report or IDEA report 2025. Just released this report a fortnight back. This was released in collaboration with CNBC. We've studied close to about 10,000 tasks across, and I'm saying tasks, right, across critical industries. And we found that close to 24% of these 10,000 tasks can be fully automated. 42% of these tasks actually can be automated to a great extent. Not fully automated, it still needs the human touch and cognitive abilities, but can be substantially automated. This actually translates in freeing up close to 8 to 10 hours of the corporate workforce per week. So this is what we're talking about, the impact of AI, generative AI in the workforce. Now, it's been very interesting, and the use cases are several that's impacting the various functions across the automotive sector. To name a few today, if we look at just the very shift of generative AI, looking at maintenance as a function. We had breakdown maintenance towards a preventive maintenance. Today we are in the world of predictive maintenance, where just by predictive analytics today, we can actually impact and reduce the downtime, enhance OEs, improve the productivity matrices that are there. But not just that, there is a huge impact on wastage. The wastage can be significantly reduced by just the application of AI or generative AI that we're talking about. We have a subsequent session which is going to be with supply chain. Today, the kind of data analytics that is there, which is possible in terms of, from customer demand towards supplier data that we have, or distributor network data that we have. Today, we can optimize supply chain, route optimization. All of this is a possibility. As we go on, let me welcome Sneha. into this discussion with a quick introduction, and there will be some questions for the moderators as they share their experiences going on. So, Sneha, do you want to just introduce yourself to the panel?
Hello everyone, I'm Shreya Oberoi. I'm working with CFO and EVP for Suzuki Motorcycle. Suzuki Motorcycle, you know that we are manufacturing two-wheelers. And as a CFO or EVP, there are various hats I'm wearing, and the responsibility of CHRO is also one of them. There are various factors which we have to take care of. So this is a little bit of my introduction. Thank you.
So there you go. Well, most welcome to everyone. I think we have experience serving across various functions in the HR function that you've been, the exposure that you've had, 33 years of experience that you bring, and what the experience that you bring from across the country, the various geographies. Then what you bring is multi-function hat that you wear. So if I was to ask a question, and anyone can go first, very simple, to understand from our panel members. So who's impacted by AI? What would you say today in the workforce?
Understand that how do we see the overall business growth? And then we address the question. Only in the automobile sector, what exactly is going to happen in the next 6 to 7 years? And how do we see the growth? If I talk about Maruti only.
Absolutely.
So we have recently just crossed the landmark figure of 2.1 million in the last financial year. And in this calendar year, so this is for the first time in the history that we crossed the 2 million. What we are targeting is 4 million by 2030, which means what you did in the last 41 years has to be done or replicated in the next 6 to 7 years. Which means, first answer to your question, creating jobs. And we are not only there, and both in the ecosystem by 2030, the estimated figure of additional employment would be more than 2 lakhs. In the ecosystem only, which means whether it is the vendor partners or the front-end requirement. So the most impacted people would be the new people who would be joining or coming in the system. And perhaps that on the business scenario, you will have to dwell upon the various factors leading to skilling or to technology. Because we'll talk about it a little later, but the most important factor here would be to consider is emerging technology for the business.
Absolutely. So the newer workforce is definitely impacted, but wow, it's the whole journey and covering from 2 million to 4 million in just about 6 years that we're talking about. When we saw 5 years, we are talking about from 25 to 30. And what do you see the impact of AI, Gen AI, where you are sitting, and how is that translated for you?
So let me add some macro level context to it. One is, let's understand that we want GDP to grow. We want that to be 5 trillion economy, and the hunger doesn't stop there. And let's look at it that to give that a boost, you will have to focus on manufacturing growth. And you started with the right context of how automotive industry contributes to GDP. Now, with the context of, if you look at the past of last 5 years, how the auto industries together have grown, and the next 5 years is going to be a double X growth as well. With this context in the mind, there are 2 ways to expand yourself. One is you go and you enhance your infrastructure and grow up. The second mode is to increase your efficiency in the current project. While I'm sure by this years, with all the hardness of level of technology, we have done our best to come out with the best level of efficiency in the current status. But now with the new technology and with embracing the AI, we're trying and looking at it, how do we can increase our efficiency in state that we reach that goal, not from the perspective of growing in another city and an expansion, but also invariably in the same plant and efficiently. That's the 2 ways to look at it. Now let's move into the micro. I think everybody is impacted with that. And to me, the threat lies at the top first, and then goes down with the young workforce, because relatively younger workforce are functionally but academically understands the functionality of the generation, because this is well tied up with the academic institute at this point. But at the top, you really require the reverse mentoring to be done, because that's a fact, because at the top, you're developing the strategies to make those informed decisions, to develop those product and services, which could invariably contribute to your growth. And the embracing AI to take that informed decision is a must. Now, just like he's spinning off, we know that today AI is on most of the data is on the cloud, where 70% value, boosting the data, we're going to harness it, we're going to bring that. But there are 3-layer strategy which probably we all have to follow it up. One, how the business is evolving in terms of products and services. 2, how are you integrating that with your internal workforce? 3rd, how are you preparing the workforce? To me, not just you, not just the stakeholders along with you, I think everyone would have to journey together, because it's not just technology, it is like an ecosystem which we all need to adapt to. That's my say.
Thanks a lot. I think that's a very, very interesting perspective, that skilling is needed, but at the same time, some reverse mentoring is also going to be the name of the game. Your view, I think Salil-san is going to share the org perspective, since you wear multiple hats of finance, HR, IT, legal, is all that we've heard. Do you see the impact of AI or generative AI in the enabling functions, support functions? What would you say? AI have supported a lot in the supporting function, because you must have seen that whenever an organization grows, people always try to increase the manpower in direct, and they do not want to increase the manpower which is indirect or supporting. So within the same number of people, you have to see the multi-growth of the organization, and you have to manage it. And this is something which is not possible without utilizing the AI or digitalization or automatic methods. So as we were talking about AI is not a threat. Actually, it is just the perspective of the people have to be changed. It is easy for the younger one to change it, because they are born with a mobile in their hands. But it is for the elder ones, definitely it takes time. But yes, AI in support function, it has definitely reduced various indirect and wasteful activities which can be done automatically. For example, if we know that in the finance function there are how the entries need to be passed, what is the process of the entry, we apply the method, the automatic method, and the work for the number of hours a person has to spend on that activity is reduced. So we are seeing it from that perspective. Definitely the support function, it helps a lot. Where there is more manual intervention, definitely it has reduced the work.
Sure.
Yeah. So definitely, I think the explosive growth that we're talking about in support functions, there's not as much luxury to add numbers. That's what we're talking about, and therefore, technology, generative AI will become very important impetus to build the effectiveness of the organizations. So I think very interesting perspective in terms of who all would be getting impacted by AI as it comes into the corporate or the workforce. Let me also possibly get some of your thoughts in terms of why today it's becoming imperative. So as I was citing the research that was done on the entire AI acting various tasks, there are 3 functions which are standing out in terms of getting highly automated, and there is a opportunity for manpower to do a higher cognitive task. The functions that stand out are sales and customer service. The functions that stand out are production and assembly, as well as maintenance. Close to about 35 to 40% of the tasks can be impacted by AI. So how do you see, sir, what do you see this translating into in terms of a business value? Is this even real or these are just numbers we're talking about?
Things are important. Number one, I talked about agility and speed because ultimately everything relates to the fact that where are you and by what time are you going to achieve. The second aspect, which is now very important for our day-to-day operation, that the possibility of repeating the mistake is reducing day by day. So you cannot really afford to repeat the same mistake, whether you are in any operation or any function of the business. And ultimately, what happens is it has to be a right combination because you are talking about agility, you are talking about first time right, and then you are also talking about the data which is required to support the decision making. There is a huge data which is available in the system. We talk about data lake, we're talking about the big data, but then the usage as per the requirement has to be met. And not only met, it has to be first interpreted correctly, then actually applied.
Very well said, sir. Santo, do you have a point of view?
It's quite simple. Let's go back. I think in our industry, most of us would understand it takes about 3 years to develop a product if it has to be developed from scratch. But in the context of today, the consumer do not want it to wait. So with leveraging technology in the past, we brought down that cycle on a short time. But now when you leverage AI and you increase the efficiency, you're further reducing the time scale to bring out the new products in the hands of the customer. So once the time scale gets reduced when you use the technology, right? So I mean, the first question you said is impact. I would rather say that we always had that revolutions. In every cycle, we had the revolutions. We go back, we talked about computers, we talked about internet, and we're talking about uh, embracing now with AI. I think it's more of a cycle which comes and we all need to adapt to it. It's just like that water which we need to face it, flow like a terrain wherever we are. So one is the time scale gets reduces. Two, who doesn't wants to make job easy in this context today? I mean, none of us wants to go back and work in the same way what you're working in down the lane of 10 years. So it's very important that we have to make jobs easy, life easy, and product easy. If we really don't do that with time and tide, I think we're still living the old guns and which are not going to face the realities of today. So all of us needs to awake and understand if is things making easy, you can't stand stall and say that no, it's not ethical, it's not what we need to embrace to. I think with this level of understanding and how this is benefiting, is important. And the third is the most important part is the efficiency, which we are not able to read it. While we understand there's cobots, right? So we are interfacing human and AI with cobots. But let's also understand that when we make a product, I'm sure not everybody would have been in the shop floors, but when you make a product, there are certain where there are human limitations, especially when you're welding, when you're doing a welding precision, then when it go back to the customer, there is a spite of it, and over a period of time, he comes with that product and efficiency. So we're going back to understand what are the problems in the field and going back to the floor with the help of AI and trying machine learning and all that possible to ensure that we come with that precision so the efficiency of a quality of product increases. I mean, if that all is working out, why would you not do it? So to me, it's benefiting entire ecosystem in all means. That's I say.
Absolutely, and huge benefits. And I think AI just enforces this entire belief in circular economy. There's no doubt. So, you have a point?
What I was trying to further add is that there are two things again. We have not talked about the skilling part so far.
Yes.
So we will come to that.
Yes.
But then in terms of the technology, because today we are talking about the smart factories. And we are talking about connected factories. Sitting in Gujarat, I would know in plant A of my Manesar location, which model is getting produced now. So that's what is required. Ultimately, whether it is supply chain, whether it is quality, whether it is maintenance or production. The skilling is again an equally important subject along with technology, which needs to be understood.
Absolutely, sir. Which is I think a perfect segue on our next reflection that I'd like our panel members mentor. And I think those who are off stage and leading organizations, contributing to the organizations, learning is a critical agenda, training is a critical agenda. Today, every employee is bombarded with multiple programs, multiple emails from HR, right? And they always find a very, very legitimate excuse not to attend that program, right? So we all experience that. How do we make, to Sir's point, he was talking about run very, very importantly. And I think today, there's just no way that I can learn AI on the job. There is a absolute need for skilling to happen. So in this context, when the employee is bombarded with so many priorities, how do we make skill development interesting? How do we make skill development a pull? So just wanted to ask all three panel members that what specific skill development initiatives that you are, covering in your organization and managing the change management therefore?
Skill development, as I mentioned earlier, also it depends on the perspective of the person. First of all, that perspective needs to be understood and changed. It is something which you cannot force. As you rightly said, HR is bombarding, and people are. Sometimes it happens that same person is attending the same training within a span of 1 week. So it is how people are taking it. That is something that perspective need to be changed. There cannot be always a carrot or a stick approach. You have to find out the ways that how, because and it cannot be a ready-made solution also. Different organizations have different work culture, different mindset of people. And I think this is something where the HR role is becoming very crucial. That how they have to make the things important and interesting, and how they have to create the urge so that people understand that it is required. We were discussing about AI, and now we are talking about skill. I must say that data is a new gold in this space. So how a person wants to analyze and upgrade himself, that is something which needs to be understood and make him understood actually. That is important. So here I think the way HR is initiating the trainings for the employees, that is something which is playing a very important thing. So, sir, your thoughts on skill development initiatives?
I would like to add, since we are talking about skill in particular, and you have been part of the process as far as Maruti is concerned. Yes. When we went into the transition from a level-based structure to a role-based structure, the complete process. You have been with us in this long journey, and it is still on. Everything revolves around the skill. The fact that we are transitioning, the fact that once we have undertaken the complete exercise, and then if we have to really grow in the system, everything, including your career progression, is related to skill. The more you acquire the skill, the better you get paid, and the better is your growth opportunity. So the skill becomes now mandatory at every level.
Speak on the employee.
Yes. The second part, ours is an organization which leads with three different generations. The grandfather is there, the father is there, and the grandson is also there. And try to imagine their expectation and aspiration as far as the skill is concerned. And you have to manage all the three.
That's it, sir. Very well said.
First is, I think, I do not believe in quantity of training anymore. We don't have that. We are firm about it has to be very qualitative. And it's been about 3 years now. We've moved to a role-based organization. And we understand that the world is moving towards a skill-based organization, but I think we all need to mature to one level to go to another. So what we have done is fairly we understand that one is the business architecture we design. We understand that at level one, business needs to make those informed decisions to bring transformation in business to transform a product and services. Level two is those managers and mid-managers needs to functionally align themselves with transforming business. And at the ground level, they are the one who goes and produce the products. So one is we're very clear that at each of the level, single structured framework doesn't work. So it has to lead with where are you working, what are they delivering, and what they intend to do. So that's a very clear customized approach. We understand at each role what is the requirement. So that's why we harness the best of available technology to develop one is a very customized career path. In alignment with that, we have a structured assessment and development framework for each level. Most of it, the mid manager and below it is in-house we develop. At the upper level, it has been outsourced and we've developed it as well. So now we actually know where are the gaps are. We closely work only on those gaps. Use the help of AI and looking at very customized curative learning for individuals. So it's not going to be that in the umbrella of everything I learn, the things which are really not important to me. While I might get awareness about it, but what is primary important, that's where MEM focuses. So that's one. Two things, we all need to understand that what I learned today is the gravity falls, tomorrow it might be forgotten. So what we do is we do a micro learning in every periodical way that the micro learning keeps going on to, as a refresher model for ones to understand. And that we also fairly believe that harnessing in-house strength is very important. So we have a new competency framework which is defined, which is aligned with our role base. And we are developing our SMEs who could design this content and develop those patchwork as we move up and they bring a level-wise level. So yes, it is lifelong learning for everybody. And that's linked with their career. And that's linked with their movements, be it horizontal or vertical. You'll not be able to move horizontal, you'll not be able to move vertically until unless you moved horizontally and enrich yourself. And once you enrich on those roles, you get eligible to move in vertically. So until unless you don't link the entire human capital framework with your learning architecture, so you will not be able to put things, the importance of skill development. And that's from us. Thank you.
Lovely. So some very interesting remarks from the panel members, ladies and gentlemen. I think the words that are getting used by them is that now it's a role-based organization. The words that are getting used, the owner's lives with the employee to drive his career, his or her career path, which is not just going to be vertical, but what today technology, digital AI, generative AI is actually paving the path for a lot of diagonals within the organization, thereby making the entire HR framework, remember, as we added, the entire competency model refresh is happening around that. So let me, with the permission of panel members, invite any of our members here, if they would like to ask questions to our panel members on this topic and get more from their experiences. So anybody who has a question, please feel free to ask.
All yours. So sorry. No, I didn't ask.
Wanted to ask you, how do you see the role of big working, kind of an industry going forward? Because you're saying role-based and onus is on the learner, which is kind of matching to how the gig economy works. Do you see that as a role in our kind of thing?
Interesting one is, see, the fact that these are already there. New plant which we are setting up in Crest'XO is 100% being managed and manned by FTs. Plus the manpower mix over the years has changed and it will further change. So the possibility of getting the gig workers in the system is certainly there.
So, my say is well, close to just adding a value to what he said. I think the jobs and roles are not remain the same. It's evolving. Part number two, let's also understand that the task today of most of us, jobs have actually transformed into a project base. Most of us today, be it enabling functions or to be a core functions, most of us have moved to a project base. With the project base moving in, we see a larger scope of, fixed-term contracts being evolved into it because you actually do not need now a workforce who will be there with you forever because the project has certain timelines. So in that context, yes, just to add more specific, you will have project-based workforce with being a gig, and I'm just trying to put a much more wider concept to it, would be very intellectually driven project workforce. But as like the similar, like the Western countries, you have a contract workforce which are as good or much more better paid than a permanent workforce because you're dealing with a particular project with clear timelines with a particular output. So I think this eventually all this will evolve as we move forward.
Hi, I'm audible. Hi, everyone. Hi, sir. One question, in the entire employee life cycle, which are the three areas will be top-notch high in terms of AI interference? What are the three areas do you think? Not only in automobile, in the entire HR, if I say entire HR world, in employee life cycle, what are the three areas by which HR professional can leverage AI in those three areas?
Any questions to me?
Anyway.
But let me start at the day said. Point number one is the learning journey, the most important part of it, because this is the way we have been evolving, the way we're transforming. We are actually not the same what we were yesterday. With this context, there will be a gap of every today. So the learning journey is going to be very, very important. And we need to very be clear that we got to curate the learning journey required for the job, required for the skill, and align that with the individual. And that's very cumbersome to do it because you have a large workforce organization. You will have to leverage an AI. You look at all the variables, assessment data points, and link that with the particular cohorts who could probably tell you a curated, customized journey. That's one. Two, the most important part is very conventionally driven, even today, is performance management system. To a larger extent, we talk about that's very continuous performance management. We talk about we have moved out of bell curve, but inherently we all know that still there are a lot of subjectivities. How you can probably embrace AI in this journey of performance management, which could probably entail one individual where this could pop up reminders, look at it as work, evaluate his work. So that could be a digital manager along with it, which could be tying up and taking him driving the journey, re-navigating it, helping him achieving the goal. So that could be area number two. The area number three, which is very, very important for all of us sitting here, is ease of doing things, right? So the efficiency is the core of all. Today I've been doing it for a minute. Tomorrow I'm expected to do it for 30 seconds. And going forward, this need is not going to end. So ease of doing things is going to be the core. So how are you going to evolve the working atmosphere with enabling them, giving them the resource of technology, which they could embrace it and increase their output and efficiency, which is going to be larger beneficial to the organization in terms of revenue and to an individual to make a significant difference in what he's doing, delivering it. So that's my say over to the other managers.
And to add to whatever Robert just said, which is absolutely right. Two things are important and the way we look at the business now and the future. Employee retention and capability development. These things also needs to be added as far as AI is concerned.
First, where we have to see that the quality need to be maintained, and secondly, the improvement of the efficiency, and thirdly, as I said, retention of the employees. We already discussed that it is the urge of the employee which is required to adapt that new methods. So, the efficiency, the benefits of efficiency improvement, which is wherever it is required, it need to be, where we can put this point.
But just from our experience from a consulting lens, I must tell you where in the world of consulting, we are also getting challenged. A lot of clients and the thought process on where in the HR value chain, employee life cycle. The biggest use cases that we are seeing is around experience, and therefore employee retention. In many ways, wherever you come, whether it's a candidate experience, whether it's an employee experience, where they're dealing with the transaction side of the organization, the chatbots, the generative AI is playing a huge role on the experience part. The second part where we're getting significantly challenged consulting is the entire space of capability development that you touched upon, which is assessments. So today, is there a way that we can bring in sharper assessments where we can completely do away with the human bias that would be sitting? If I am assessing a person, I will ask questions which are best known to me as per my knowledge or my exposure. But there can be somebody I'm interviewing, there can be somebody I'm assessing who's far better than me. And is that a possibility? And if that's a possibility, can I be replaced by a generative AI bot? This was challenge given to us in consulting, and I think that's an area which is fast shaping and emerging. And to your point on performance, today the entire aspect of augmentation that we are seeing. By the way, if I can even digress a little bit away from HR, today it's happening between a doctor and a patient. Today, generative AI is coming in and listening into a conversation between a doctor and a patient, because a doctor has access to your diagnostic reports. All your reports, baseline parameters are right there, right? So what is the doctor asking? He's asking you for symptoms, you are responding, the doctor is listening in. Mind you, doctor does not have a lot of time to make notes. Similarly, in an appraisal, your boss doesn't have, he has to appraise maybe 15, maybe 10, maybe 8. Sorry to say, in some organizations, even 25, right? All span of control. So therefore, how do you augment some of the conversations? Today, can a bot listen in to a conversation between an appraiser and appraisee and give you an augmented transcriptive document, which is maybe 40, 50, 60, 70% ready for you to make an edit and capture this amazing conversation that just took place between the appraiser and appraiser.
What is happening is that the whole process of getting the feedback is even getting further translated. In fact, it has got a different dimension. Today, I have a virtual assistant. This virtual assistant, and we have named him Canva, he or she works with me 24/7. So I get a feedback at midnight, I get a feedback at 6 in the morning, I get a feedback at 12 noon. And these are all feedbacks which are captured from the employees directly to the CHRO. Of course, we have a system to operate, we have a system to manage in terms of the feedback which is collected. But then the virtual assistant keeps you posted of what is happening in and around the system.
Don't spinning off, Chair, because you asked this question. While AI is going to integrate with every human capital architecture, whatever we have been doing it, but there's something is very important. Over a period of time, we have built a lot of inefficiency on and justifying type 1 and type 2 error. But maybe you can Google that later because that could take a lot of time. That the reason why we evolved the structures of managers coming in between layers and layers of manager between an individual contributor. With this help of efficiency growing it, with this help of empowerment coming up, with this level of whole, the human capital is undergoing a transformation. I think the bigger facilitation what this lead to, that you will have to cut down the layers in your organizations, which means today you have, I'm just saying for the context, you have a vice president, below that you another general manager, then you have a manager, then you have one more level of manager and an individual contributor. I think they built that layer of inefficiency over a period of time. Now, plus with this, the help of whole changes which is happening, I think they will have to leverage this change and start slicing off those managers in each between, and that's where we will actually see the efficiency coming up in a larger way in the whole context of thing. Otherwise, the visibility still be impacted in the layers of the hierarchy which we have. That's just a slight spin-off, but has got a lot of things to do with, because we all talk about it, but when we go back, we get back to the same conditional theory of why we need to look at ourselves, looking at growing in those layers. I think we'll just have to cut down and go back to the same Ram Charan's model, which talked about in an organization from empty to the bottom layer shouldn't be of more than 4 layers. That's it. Thank you.
We're very tight timelines. That's what the organizers are signaling to us. So, thank you so much. Thanks everybody for one second.
Thank you, Pooja, and all the panelists for such an enriching interaction. To felicitate, I invite Mr. Nani Gopal, Aris Labas, and Mr. Rajneesh Singh to come up on the stage, please, and do the honors. Clapping them up again. Naraprakshin, sir, please. Thank you, Aristiban, sir. Thank you, thank you so much. Thank you, Karan, sir. Okay, we are the community who appreciate people for their effort.
वो साइलेंट पे डाल दिया चलेगा अभी तो कुछ भागा जो होना है
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Team panel members, respected members of the CA. Thank you so much.
I have a group photograph. Please. Check with our patient.
By the time our team takes their input for the next panel, I'll just brief you about how we're going to move to the next discussion. We will have, when we have a vehicle or any product, it is supported by different kinds of parts that contribute to the final product. So the same way, we have a big support from other industries Now, in the next discussion, we are talking about empowering the auto industry, skilling for smart supply chain and next gen products. The automotive industry is going a lot of fundamental shift. AI, automation, and digital supply chain. With electrification, sustainability, and industry 4.0. Sharika, can you add something to it?
Yes, Purnima. To keep up with this transformation, the industry needs a skilled workforce that can navigate smart supply chain ecosystem, manage next gen components, and leverage data-driven decision making.
So, smart components, data-driven decision making, and so many things that we have to talk about in next 45 minutes. This will be an engaging discussion how we can overall create an ecosystem for each one of us. Where industry trials with institutes and industry training pressures and ability, how the components are changing time. I would like to request our next panel members for the discussion. Let us please welcome Mr. Abhay Kapoor, Group CHR of Uniparts India Limited. Abhay sir, are you here?
Yeah.
Okay. No worries, he'll join us.
No, he's here. He's here, very much here.
Let's hear it for him. Anadi Sinha, Director Corporate and Government Affairs, Unominda. Mr. Ajay Singh Roha, Group CHRO, Spark Minda. Mr. Ajmer Deshwal, Group Head, HR for Technology. Ms. Swati Mishra, HR Business Partner, Master. And the person who will make this conversation interesting, let's please welcome Mr. Rajneet Singh, CEO, Simply Grow.
Okay. So we are about at 4:45 p.m. We promise you will be done by 5:30. The time and at the same time, the challenge compared to who else panel, I've got 5 people. He had 3, very unfair. And probably the 2 guys who didn't show up. Nice for the other 3 people to get so much of so-called time to speak. Here I'm going to keep a very tight leash on all the speakers to ensure that we don't just go on. And I'm a terrible moderator, honestly. I'm very, school, typical headmaster kind of person. I can be very, like I told them all on the call that I can just ring a bell and stop. Just to ensure that all of you really enjoy this session. That's very, very important. I mean, all of you have taken out the time Saturday to be here. So it means a lot for all of you. Really give back a lot to you. And also give you space to ask questions to everyone sitting here. That's very, very important. So that's why I'm going to rush up some of them. We've structured the entire session so that we go in a flow. There have been questions which have been allocated to each one of them. Very interesting questions. And so what I would like to, of course, go through what Pooja did beautifully was to get each one of them to introduce themselves. I think that would be nice. So then, over to you.
This indicates I have traveled different industries, very, very diverse sectors. Automotive, what is has also many parts. Pharmaceutical, I work with manufacturing and relats. Covering a very vast spectrum of logistics and developers and warehousing operation planning. And human developer, I work with engineering there. Initial phase, I was really hard about that. Acting company that moves and global company. So with all this experience, I think contribute a bit. Thank you, Owen.
Good afternoon, friends. I'm the only odd man out. Now I do not belong to HR fraternity, but I'm part of, by heart, I'm part of a HR fraternity. Me and Rajni is same school of thought. I think we know each other 35, 36 years, but we met after 20 years in the face to face. For first 20 years, we were connected through Moon and calls. Friends are less little experience than anybody else. Me and Rajneesh are the youngest in the lot. The only Nawaz sir is the little younger to us. Rest everything younger, elder to us, and we are the youngest in the lot. I work for a company called Uno Minta Limited, which is the auto component laser. We manage 65 Indian plants and 9 global plants. Manpower strength is around 45,000 people, and we manufacture around 30 different verticals for the auto component for two-wheeler and four-wheeler. And all the friends sitting here is my customer, customer of my organization. Thinking something else at the time, it has completely changed the landscape. And my current role is for 4 years, I was the director of operations, CHRO to director of operations. I now at the end of my back end of the career, for superannuation, of the group, government relations, and the real estate for the group. So I manage these 3 portfolios. All of you with my little of our knowledge. Thank you.
It's great to be here. My name is Ajay Singh Roha. I'm 25 years of experience, starting with General Motors, Automotive, Unilever, FMCG, Guardian. Later part of my career, I moved to mining Hindustan, and for last 2.5 years, now with Spark. Organization represent more than 30 plus plants spread across length and breadth of the country and supplying the components to the OE. I represent a transformation which is going through in the organization from moving from a very print to a very technology oriented organization. So this is the transformation which we are embarking.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So, good evening, all. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Thank you for confirming. My name is Ashmir. After working more than 15 years in automobile, like companies like A.C.E and Nomita, I work in Lomest and I moved to electronics and now I'm supporting Dixon. Manufacturing head HR, admin, IR and EHS. So we are India's largest electronics manufacturer. But later on I will put light on. I learned in automobile and in electronics is are very different. Some common things are there. Apart from my career in automobile and electronics, I support National HRD Network, Delhi NCR chapter as treasurer, Rewadi Alwar chapter as strategic advisor. So we are one of the team. This is all about. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Swati, and from diverse educational background like BSc, MSW, and then law, I have worked in diverse industries as well. For example, I started with export, and then I moved to two-wheeler, then commercial vehicle, then real estate, now with an equipment manufacturing company called Crest'XO.
It's a Finnish organization and we work for equipments manufacturing for minerals and mining industries. It's really great to be here, and I was saying with all of you, like, it's really honor to share this platform with all the dignitaries here. Thank you.
My name is Rajneesh, and I represent HR company called Simply Group. We are into business of HR advisory, HR consulting, and lately our focus is on HR tech. So we have our own in-house developed HRMS software that we are offering to clients. And I think AI is right on top of our agenda. We've never really marketed that product as such, but that is something that's an agenda for us for 25-26 for that year. Otherwise, I carry about 36 years of experience. Did about 22 years in different corporates, different industry verticals. And then 14 years back, we started Simply HR, which is now Simply Group. Absolutely privileged. First of all, a big thanks to Dharan. And kudos to the team at Rewari and Alwar who've gotten together to really kickstart the NHRD chapter there. Big thanks for that. And I think, I really go back to about probably 12 years when I was very active in the NCR chapter. And then, of course, my entire attention went into setting up the company. But it's always good to be back at the HRD network platform. Today morning, very interesting, I was checking the Mint launch newspaper and very interesting articles around pre-budget situation, the economic survey. Some data points, very interesting. What we expect in this country is about 14 million people joining the workforce annually. Please get all this in context because we're going to talk AI. And we're going to have a very direct impact on how AI can really disrupt things. In the non-farm sector, we should be creating at least 7 million jobs. That's a huge ask. From the first panel, one could gather that we are generating employment. But guess what? The tech could be really also putting a bit of a brakes on how much we can do. The third very interesting headline which really hit me was the self-employed in this country in the last 6 years. The percentage has moved from 52% to 58%. Now, which means people are looking at doing their own stuff. They're not looking for jobs. Either the jobs are not there or they have no other option but to start their own business. One of the clear indicators, if you drive down on any of those very important streets of Delhi, for example, if say about a few years back, I would have seen one lady selling what kachoris. You would see one-off lady. Today you would see about 10, 15 of them. Do I see that as an indicator of self-employment? Perhaps. It's a very interesting take. Are the youth really giving up on the job and switching to even just run a ready and sell kachoris? Who knows? We don't know. The other one very interesting is, again, a headline in Mint. 53% of graduates and 36% of postgraduates in this country are underemployed. Underline, right? They are getting employed, but are they really doing the job for which they have started? Big ticket item to really follow. Very, very critical to understand also is a very interesting, I saw a very tiny sentence which really hit me, where that paragraph actually talked about today's subject on supply chain. And I found that very fascinating. And we heard that from Pooja also, that how the warehouses are transforming, how the shop floors are transformed. Many people in manufacturing today don't want to be called as manufacturing people, they want to be called as a technology. which is interesting. A huge transition that is happening. A small example of the impact of technology is on our highways. I'm sure all of you remember, before FASTag came, how much time we were spending in a queue just cross a toll. And there was a data in that article. The wait time, which used to be 734 seconds, 734 seconds, today is down to 47 seconds. We all do breeze through the tolls, forgetting what was there in the past. Now, if I just take this little indicator, and we heard from Pooja, impact of automation, impact of AI is going to free up 8 to 10 hours per week for an employee. Huge task for HR people. What are we going to do with that free time? And then we heard from Mr. Lahiri, very interesting, 3 things about not only upskilling, but new skilling. That's going to be critical. For any HR person, this is a massive agenda. Honestly, to be very excited, but at the same time also be very scared. For many things, we may not have the answers, honestly. Just about 5 years down the line, we may not. And which is where one of the points again it was very, very important. It said very clearly, AI is at a very nascent stage right now. Very nascent. It's just the start. And if we don't bring enough of regulation before it goes really haywire, becomes very critical. So from a policy standpoint, at a very high level, which is what we were hearing from Mr. Lahiri, so much is happening at the back end. At the organizational level becomes very, very critical. Very important point from Pooja again. How do I today differentiate an employee, whether he's using a chat GPT to prepare a report or just putting up his appraisal form, all flowery language, and I know damn well he doesn't know English. But a chat GPT gives me that whole advantage. How do I differentiate from a great performance self-assessment report from A to B today? Very difficult. Very difficult. Everybody is getting smarter in this smart era. Everybody is getting smarter. And for HR people, the work is only growing. Narrow down to what we have here in front of us. When we're talking supply chain, and one of the very interesting work, Mr. Lahiri, you would like to hear about this. We're doing a very interesting study right now on HR advisory for a group of schools in NCR. I was so pleased visiting those schools to see smart boards being used by teachers who have got upskilled courtesy COVID, right? If COVID wouldn't have happened, the same blackboard and the chalks probably would have continued, but we have got pushed. So at times it's good that we get pushed by tech. That's very, very important. So when we come to supply chain, and I'm talking about, one of the article again mentioned why AI today has to be initiated at school level, forget organizations. And one of the teachers mentioned to me during my tour of the school, sir, all these computer labs that you see here, we are actually now, the next level is, we're going to call them AI labs. Massive futuristic. Massive futuristic. Just a little context setting for all of you. Let me just bring in my all esteemed panelists here. And when we are talking skilling for the supply chain, because we're really narrowing down to a function in the entire chain of business, Anadi sir, to you, what are the critical skills that you foresee that professionals will need if they want to take up a career in supply chain? Over to you.
The first thing is the common sense.
Let's give him a big hand. So interesting. Thank you so much.
Yeah, because supply chain, when I started my industrial journey, it was only the buying, storage, and dispatch. these three were the supply chain function across verticals. I worked for petrochemicals, I pharma, healthcare, retail, telecom. So everywhere this was the buying, storing, and dispatching. These were the things. Later on, we started with the transportation simulations. Then we started learning transportation models and simulations for a different logistic supports and saving the cost. If today I look at the logistic and the supply chain jargons, we have only one factor which we can control, it's the raw material cost and the supply chain cost, which impacts us badly. And if we look into the Indian context, PM's Gati Steel plan, which he is planning and started the different warehousing and logistic parks and supply centers for across the country, support and reduce our supply chain cost by few percentage, which will ultimately impact a lot. Then the technical things, if I have to say the AI and ML, everybody spoke and we all know what garbage in, the garbage out. If we are using AI well, we are sanitizing our data properly, then we will get the best of the result. The another things which what Rajneesh ji was telling, we were very manual oriented organization, and we never thought things can be automated at so fast and at such speed. COVID taught us. We went into the heavily on the industry 4.0 as well as the IoT applications across. Now IoT supports in the manufacturing and supply chain everywhere, and you can talk to me separately on these things of how IoT is supporting our baseline for supply chain and manufacturing and giving us the best of the results and best of the efficiency parameters. Another thing which we missed, we are heavily dependent on the cloud computing. Earlier we were using the standalone systems, the systems within our premises. Now it's a completely different, and the cloud is supporting across the value chain everywhere to us. Caution also because of the cyber security. Many a times we face the breakdown, shutdown, and the threat of the disruption. So we have to take care of this part, and the knowledge of the basic cyber security, skilling and training on the basic cyber security. We keep on popping out our employees to take care of the cyber fraud, cyber related issues. Much longer time to teach them. The business side of skilling, supply chain visibility, demand forecasting, which was never a supply chain job in early days. Early days was the part of the finance and marketing team, but now demand forecasting is the part of the supply chain team itself. Inventory optimization, the ABC analysis we used to do long back, inventory optimization. How many days of inventory of critical materials, imported materials, and the fast-moving materials we have to keep. The supply chain metrics and supply chain automations are giving us the pop-up every time that which corner and which area we are losing our career. We should take immediate precautionary action. Simulation and transportation management, the automobile sector work on the milk run basis, and we cater to our customers on the very different models with a very optimized supply chain transportation costs. Communication and collaboration is one of the things which we normally miss. We thought the supply chain is the independent job and one of the job, and we need to check with each other. But when the intent is coming from the customer, it is feeded in the system and it pops up to everybody, and it collaborates with the all function from the right from the manufacturing line to purchase and supply chain line. Soft skills, I started with the common sense, and the soft skills, like the team is working, the problem solving approach, because you can catch up any unique problem anytime. I remember that earlier, the one model, one color used to be produced during the day. Salil ji and Sneha ji and that were all the colleagues and Aram. Nowadays, every 10 to 15 minutes, color is changed, model is changed, the specification are changed. The vendor partners have to ensure that sequencing is managed in such a fantastic manner that whatever the components and what colors and what specifications are needed for the day production, is always available without disruption of the any manufacturing stop of the any manufacturing line. Earlier, this was not a problem, but now it is a problem as well as an opportunity. And sequencing has become a very unique skill in the supply chain parameters, especially for the automotive and OEM and auto component sector. Time management, you can't afford to lose any time. Whatever the time schedule is given to you, you have to be at the doorstep of your customer. Otherwise, you will be out of the market. Another technology which is coming up and which needs to be leveraged by the supply chain professional, which is in the nascent stage, you can call it, which is coming in the fintech sectors very well, but the supply chain sector, it will come very fast. This is a blockchain technology. So we expect that our supply chain people will also be very conversant with the blockchain technology, and they will leverage the benefits of the blockchain technology so that they are able to manage the cost and the supply the very well manner. There are many more things, but I think to stop here.
No, you touched upon very interesting points from speed to cloud, security, forecasting, simulation, the whole communication part of it, means touching upon soft skill. And at the end of it, I think the agility part of it is damn critical. I think that was really well summed up. I'll move to Ajmer. Ajmer, for you, the queue is on, and I just got to know from Ajmer, he's got 54 plants to look after as a HR person. You give him a big hand up. That's a massive language. I'm sure there are tons of supply chain challenges. And I'm sure there's a lot of tech that is aiding. And so please share what has been the transformation that you've been seeing as far as the whole digital digitization that has come on the floor.
Just to interrupt, and a very unique production that he manufactured mobile, he manufactured air conditioners, many wide laptops,
all of it. Please go ahead, Arvind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Since as we started with the data-driven decisions from my past, panelists also working on data-driven decisions. Just an idea I'm sharing, like we're talking on automobile particularly, I will start. Just my earlier panel told that we sell 4.5 approximately in India, we sold. Can you imagine one car weight approximately 1.2 to 1.8 ton, right? Can you imagine the quantum of material we have to transport? This is just automobile data. Approximately, just I extracted some data. Around 7 million trucks have to fly every day, right? Then we need drivers, and we need to support them, driver. So while coming into this is one is in automobile. So where we have to work as an HR and data from where we are getting is driver assistance system, where most of the companies are now coming on. What we are applying truck, or we are applying our entire ecosystem, whether it is a value chain or value stream mapping. Just dragging my listeners, just dragging to almost 40 years back, where we are listening from Japanese GIT and Jidoka, just in time and Jidoka manufacturing systems. So now what we are doing after post-COVID, we are utilizing those tools in a way. Earlier, we go 5 years back, we plan and manufacture. So we call it, where we got plan is past year sale. Then we receive planning from my planning department, from customer, and then this we have to manufacture. Now, so as a OEM, is plan versus manufacture, but as a supplier, it's actual versus plan. So now things have been changed after this blockchain. Is entire thing, even my planner knows that my OEM is going to manufacture this. And for us, like in electronics, we are a contract manufacturer. So my entire ecosystem is linkage with either China or Taiwan or India. Like we always say China plus one policy. As world C Dixon is China plus one. So at least we have another China which is coming on. So how we manage is completely transport or digitalized with blockchain, as Anali mentioned. And before I move on, another things which I just extracted is one example I would like to share for automobile is Volkswagen. It's in public domain. They have reduced 25% of their inventory just by introducing this blockchain in supply chain, which which resulted their 15% in their efficiency and 10% in their cost reduction. This was their strategy of VW 2.0. It is in public domain. But how it is and why it is? That is a big question, and I will leave upon my panelists. Definitely, I'll be happy to answer during Q&A. But there are a lot of things to explain. I am constrained to time. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So I can imagine the importance of blockchain, especially given the whole complexity of business that you guys are handling. And definitely data becomes very, very critical. And of course, you touched upon transportation, which is becoming equally critical. And how do you really keep track of things getting supplied becomes very, very important. To apply, whom I met just before COVID at another conclave, and I got to know he works for Amazon. And so very clearly, Amazon is like a classic example of a warehouse operations right in the thick of supply chain. And how do they do this magic globally? Forget India. I was so keen when I got to see Abhay's name in the panel. Abhay, I would love to hear from you how you saw, I mean, during your time in Amazon, and that's the best practice that you can share here with everybody. How were the supply chain challenges being managed with the use of smart technology? And whatever digitization, whatever AI was there in place. Love to hear.
So, talk about supply chain management. Earlier, we used to think that it's one part of our whole factory management. And today, when we talk about supply chain management, we see that in the big gamut of supply chain management, I have to manage multiple factories. Put my factory as a channel of supply chain. Supply chain management should be different, much bigger dynamics. You decide that where are you going to put your warehouse, where are you going to factory, how are you going to manage your distribution channel. So, coming from that kind of experience, when we talk about supply chain management, so it is and the customer behavior. As we were talking about the demand forecast. A demand forecast is an outcome of the customer behavior. Right? How much stock I need. I'm going to manage the supply chain intermediate time. When we have a festival, we used to stock up a lot of things in the house that somebody comes and save it for someday. But this time, luckily, we were having so much of confidence on e-commerce that if we need something, we will order and in 10 minutes it will come. By the time we will make the tea, my gift will be there, whatever I need to order. And it really happens that Sir, my dark story just backside of your house. The name is dark. So from that day, I use of AI thing pioneer in terms of that supply chain customer behavior. Is well ahead in the time it has the demand forecast. AI and that. Another example with the very the single is there. Everyone is the biggest. From that perspective, the ramp up is 5 to 10 times. How do you plan everything 5 to 10 times? And how do you build capacity and with the temporary capacities, like we used to run the warehouses in the tanks. Then we deploy all the technology. How do you ensure that the moment customer orders, the packet is picked up in seconds? So that everything is so beautifully integrated reverse, like backward, that the moment you order goes into the machine of somebody and then get resources that this material I have to pick from there. Correct. When you build the inventory, how fast you build the inventory, your warehouse, then the I think breakthrough came when a lot of logistic companies started using this. Not only Amazon or Flipkart, but a lot of other ventures, Indian and MLC, started using artificial intelligence and machine learning in tracking the every movement. So our route to kilometer tracking, Oracle transport management, and what multiple mechanisms which they started using, and then you have a real time tracking of logistics. Space management. So it is not like full truck load or half truck load or that. So this will be greater space I have, and I have to use this. This space is available at that particular kilometer, and I can utilize that. So that kind of system, I think that is always happened because of the use of AI and machine learning.
Much that was so brilliant because you brought in supply chain right at the core of the business today, from being a very kind of a side function, the importance of planning, the whole capacity building for whenever peaks, the inventory management becoming so critical, tracking, the whole timing part of it. And I love the last word which you mentioned, which was precision. I think you can't get precision without technology. I think that is a solid point that Ajay, to you very quickly, before I come to you, hold on. Ajay, again, let's come down. We've got a bit of business, the kind of skills that will be required. We're getting a snapshot of all that. How do you see the human capital evolving in the whole supply chain part of business as more and more automation has come?
So let me start by saying that this is disruptive. And not so long back, everything that happened in the space industry was copied by aerospace, was given to defense, and given to automotive. So this is the value chain through which we saw that technology is coming into industry. Started to see disruption, and let's say the supply chain disruption that we are seeing is the one which is happening in front of us now. Disruption is brought in by AI, and technology is playing a very level playing field because it is there in now all the industry, and everybody has a democratic right to now leverage those technologies. Technology is becoming a big developer and democratizing it and making it available to a king, to a pauper, and to everybody else. So this is the disruption which we are seeing in our lifetime. I'll give an example, and a very interesting example. And it was my previous employer at Bombardier. I asked for a list of employees, and instead of, let's say, 1,027 employee list, which I used to see, they added 10 more employees, and it was written chatbot 1, chatbot 2, chatbot 3, and chatbot 10. And I said, how come a chatbot you are adding into an employee? And I was amazed. it was like seeing is believing, and they said, no, sir, we are implementing data privacy policy. If the chatbots are accessing my data, they cannot access without being an employee of the organization. I how you would be cutting the PF and that should be, no, sir, we have made the arrangement that it would go like this. So those were the days when things started to evolve. And now coming to a level wherein we are seeing, no, this is granted, you cannot operate without it. I'll try to answer it from two perspectives, but one thing which I see happening to HR professional, other thing which is happening to employees. From HR perspective, I see each and every processes are getting impacted. It is AI being sold to us as a GCHRO. So every day, two vendors would come and they will say, "Sir, this is available now. This is the technology. This could make your life very easy." And we tried couple of them. Starting from recruitment, your screening is now happening through AI. You are now not meeting anyone. Gone are the days of teams when you are doing the interviews on the screen, but somebody in AI tool is doing the interview, putting you the top three candidates based on the screening which a AI tool has done. It is unbelievable. Technology in terms of AI to predict the attrition in the organization. And seeing this believing from a idea of 20 plus attrition, we are now closing towards almost early 10s and 12%. It is the prediction which is telling us whose engagement trend is showing a dip, and the reasons for the dip, you are now working on live data. It is not a data which is historic. It is, I would say, before the actual incident is happening, just like we talked about maintenance, that maintenance is big thing. I'm saying employee retention is another big thing where AI is enabling us to understand how the tool is being deployed to capture the engagement level of various levels. Retaining talent to growing talent, I see the usage of technology and each AI tool is providing us that insight which we are able to now deploy. From a very employee perspective, so this I talked from a professional point of view. How the employee is getting impacted, they are enjoying their time like anything. If they're really a productive employee in the organization, their life is becoming so easy. Bridging the gaps between two tables. Previously, I had to go and ask for data. I had to take it back. And there would be several instances. I have made this Excel sheet for last 10 years. How can I share this Excel sheet? And this immediately now the employee doesn't control that data because other tools, ERP packages has helped a lot. But AI has created that description wherein it is now available and it is a live data which makes the employees life very well.
Thank you so much. I think we get good to hear the disruption that is happening and how you've seen both on the HR, how things are moving. Very interesting to note how Bombardier was talking about as much as an employee, when that's an take on how picture could be. Gandhi was is laughing. I'm also, how to react to that. Then that's the future. I mean, there's so many Hollywood movies we have seen where everything has become like a robotic thing. So we'll come to that. Very interesting how forecasting is happening in attrition, how hiring processes have become so simplified. So yeah, very interesting advantages coming up. But yes, what do you then do? Is what you said, employees are getting so much free time. They're having a great time. So how do we again keep them engaged? Becomes very, very critical. So I think to you, right at the bottom of all this, is the workforce coming into the industry? And the question to you, which we discussed, was how do you see the whole collaboration, I would say, or partnership between the industry and the academia to really prepare the workforce, especially in the supply chain of business? And you've heard from Abhay, supply chain is now the core.
Correct. So I would say, start from saying that the world is looking at India. Because earlier it used to be IT hub, now it is becoming manufacturing. So everybody is looking from supply chain perspective. India is a hub for supplying things to the entire world. And talking about the workforce, whether they are ready or not, the future of work is collaboration. Collaboration between the educational institutions and industry. They can cater the world needs only by this. So, industry point of view, they should provide support in terms of giving inputs for upgrading the curriculums, for providing mentorship, because there are roles available in the industries which students might not be aware of, and very interesting roles. So one-to-one mentorship is very important. And then research and funding. That's what I see that industry should provide support for the research, because India is getting manufacturing hub, so a lot of alternate sourcing, a lot of research on metallurgy. So all of these things, I think, unless industry provides support to educational institutions and calling industry experts as guest lecturers, as mentors for the students, as guides, so that they get a lot of exposure what is happening in the globe in terms of what kind of skill sets, what kind of AI, what kind of softwares we are utilizing for day-to-day routine jobs. So that's how I think that both can provide support to each other.
Good, Swati, thank you very much. And good that you brought up the whole, the transition that see that manufacturing, like I said at the beginning, it's almost becoming like a tech space now, not more a manufacturing space. And so much of IT has come. So that's a great transition. You talked about collaboration. You talked about changing curriculum, very important. You talked about mentoring and research. I think all those are very critical points where both industry and academia can really collaborate. I think we have Nanda Institute of Technology team sitting here. There's a huge homework to be done on the academia side. But honestly, and the message to the academia would be that, and anywhere I go and talk, we keep blaming the students, but hardly we are really upskilling the faculty. And what I hear, and I go back to when I was introducing myself, is when we are doing this study in this group of schools, it's so very interesting to notice how the teachers are being upskilled to talk AI, talk tech, to use tech. I think if those people who are actually the facilitators get skilled people into the workforce, that's the best thing to happen. And which means people like Anadi, me, Abhay on this side, gray hair, who are in the organization. And we have so much to talk about next gen, ye hai, next gen, wo hai. How much are we doing to ourselves to really adapt to them? I think that becomes very, very critical. So there is a huge, kind of a shift that is happening right now. I have been already pointed out twice that my clock stops at 5:30. And I hope there's a coffee break just now. So
No,
if there is a coffee break.
There is no coffee break. There's a coffee with her.
Coffee with her. Okay. So my sincere apologies that we didn't get the time to really open up to the house. But do catch up with the panelists whenever you get a time with them during the break. But it was a pleasure to have all of you. Wonderful thoughts, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Rajnishi and our panelists from the session. Felicitate. I request Mr. Nani Gopal, Director, NIT, Ms. Seema, and Mr. Amitabh Das. Please come up on the stage and do the honors, sir. Ms. Seema and Mr. Amitabh Das.
Hospital, please.
May I request you to please come up?
Without.
Tanya Bashir.
Sir, please. Please. Come.
Sir.
Wow. Okay, so, yeah.
Thank you, sir. Please, one more. Yes. The person who makes the conversation interesting. I request you all to please together for the group photographs.
Okay, then देखिए आप लोग सारे. Okay, there.
Thank you so much.
सामने. Thank you. इसको ले लो.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. So far, has told us many things about supply chain, AI. Now it's time to understand what is most important source that needs to be made accustomed to all the descriptions that are happening to society, technology, in and around us. For that, Sharika, do you have any question on that? Yes, Purnima. We are going to have a wonderful engagement and thought-provoking conversation. Coffee with Haram on preparing the workforce for AI-driven mobility. For this, I request Mr. Haram Rashid, Head HR, Hero Motor Corp, and President NHRDN, Vivadi Abhijata, Mr. Anil Malhotra, of industry expert, board member, mentor, professor of practice and former MD, Nissan India. तालियां हो जाए सबके लिए तो बोलिए over to you.
So, what do you think, everyone? I think I am not getting energy this way room. So I cannot take my conversation further without getting your energy back. Good evening to everyone. Good evening. So you heard a lot of things. You heard about upskilling, reskilling, new skilling. Then we heard about how the AI is actually disrupting the entire sector and what are the impact on the HR. Last session we heard about how the various data points were shared that AI, mobility, what are the unemployment, what are the employment rates, and they're like workforce. Now today, this session, what we try to practice, because we have an expert who has seen all seasons of the automotive. He has seen all kind of disruption. See this thing, I think that when we started, it was completely the automotive was only a technical kind of little bit electrical. Now, what we talk about automotive is not only the mechanical electrical, it's moved to the electronics kind of things. Now it's a completely technology. We heard in the rhythm lines that is a connected vehicle. So, during the start of this session with having a conversation, have a topic. इसमें कोई gift happen भी है what we do is thing in the 30 minutes, we are going to have a conversation about how the automotive industry has set up, what are the impacts we are facing right now, and then we will also try to bring all the expertise of Mr. Arun. What is the future of the automotive? So, sir, you have seen all kind of the changes in the automotive industry. One side, the fuel was changing from the petrol, diesel into electrical. Now we don't know what is the next alternative fuel system which is going to. Then we also saw this thing, the technology changes, and the technology changes you discussed that first of all software. Then after we are hearing about the automotive vehicle. I have an MG car and I purposely purchased it for the parts and it was full of a technology. So, sir, my question to you, how do you actually visualize next 10 years? What is going to happen in the automotive sector and how it is going to work sports agenda and how the entire needs to prepare itself to give a business perspective because of the business leaders. What exactly will not be.
So very comprehensive and loaded question. So Dharan was generous enough not to tell me how old I am. I leave a mathematical question. I started my career 1 month before Kapil Dev won the World Cup for India. So that's my age. So that's the point. So I think what you said is very impactful. You know, from 83, the first job which I joined was in the sports motorcycle division. And you'll be surprised. We talk about a lot of systems, chatbots, AI. But there is nothing, the foundation which is on fundamentals, which is on basics, fundamentals still very important. So, and they say is the message you ask for the future, they're saying that if you don't learn from history, you stand condemned by it. Now, if you see the developments in the auto industry, actually, if you ask me, the auto industry has had the least disruption of all the industries which you see. And I'll give you one example to show it. 6 leaders in 6 different segments of the auto industry are the same for the last 25 years. In trucks and buses, you have Tata Motors. In earthmoving equipment, you have JCB. In 2-wheelers, you have Motor Corp. In 4-wheelers, you have Maruti Suzuki. In 3-wheelers, you have Bajaj Auto. So, you basically have the same. So I would say disruption has been less. However, having said that, the last 10 years which I've seen, and I now I'm more associated with auto industry, more as an advisor and a mentor or board member, the disruption which has happened in the last 5-7 years is unbelievable. It has not happened in the 25 years earlier. And I think what one has to understand when we talk of auto industry, and I think that's a challenge for HR professionals, you have to take a 360 review. Like I'll pick your 5 concentric circles. Here you have production, your R&D, your supply chain, your marketing or sales, and then you have interface with the outside world, whether in form of dealers, vendors, transporters. So to that extent, it's a very, very, and you are responsible for it. So I think the changes which are happening
R2, basically, if you ask me, what is in terms of technology of the vehicle which you mentioned? Clearly, even vehicles which are IC engine vehicles, I'm not talking of hybrids, EVs or CNG, the amount of software, electronics, computers which are being fitted in is unbelievable. To that extent, it's completely changing. Your biggest challenge we are hearing the panels which were there is, there are 3 R's: reading, writing, arithmetic. But HR professionals, you say you have to do 5 things. You have to get a rebirth, you have to get a reincarnation, you have to get a renaissance, and you have to get a revival and resurgence. These are 5 R's. I think which you have to live with HR. So how do you change? And I think the biggest change starts from the mindset of the individual. What is there for me? A person of my age, a person who's not handled computers, they're actually out of depth with it. I was talking to a marketing person and he said 40% of budget of advertising now is through digital, whereas conventional people have only done press and television. So that's the change which you have to do, and ultimately you have to learn from other industries, because all industries are connected. So that's where the major challenge is. But auto industry is very, very complex. Somebody was talking of kilograms of vehicle parts. Look at it, it's unbelievable. And HR, you are the center pin lynch of this thing, and this transformation is dramatic. So how do you take people? And ours is a very manpower intensive industry. The number of people employed in the auto industry is unbelievable. And you're not only responsible for your company, you're responsible for your extended partners. That's the way it is.
So wonderful, sir. You mentioned about there's a workforce in so the Hero Motor Park and all the transportation people, I think the only ecosystem. You own this very own ecosystem, find us even lakhs of the lakhs. Similarly, you see the Maruti or the Nissan or anybody. The question comes here like how we are going to make our workforce agile. They are going to be the future thing. So we heard about what Ananda was talking about the run, reskilling, upskilling, and then after new skills. That is, I think, one of the biggest tasks which is coming before the HR professional. Because going forward, what are the skills right now we needed? Perhaps those are going to become. In that very context, what I feel is something that once you in the mechanical, electrical, now we are moving to the more technological kind of a platform, digital platform. If I ask a very simple question, 3 things: what HR should not be doing, and what HR should be doing.
So let me start with the positive things. First of all, the biggest task of HR is to get into people's mind that it is for their benefit. Change of mind. Hriday Parivartan, if I have to use any word. So how do you get in people's mind that this change is good for them? If I feel this is being thrust upon me, or it's like typical 1975 movie Sholay, Sarani, Adi idhar, aaj baki daye, baki baaye, baki mere piche. If that is the thing, that should not happen. It should be a mindset. So the positive part is a mindset change. The negative part is, upar se instruction aaya, bhaiya ye karna hai. Karo. That cannot be the part of it. Second thing which I think you are saying is important is, how do you build fundamentals of the subject to install? One of the problems in our education system is, and it should not happen in industry, is that you only teach them the exact skills which they require. If you don't teach them fundamentals of the subject, and the paper is from this side or that side, then they will become irrelevant. So how do you make fundamentals the same rather than just spoon feeding them like bagging 2-minute movement? So that's the negative part. And third thing is, as HR professionals, are we hearing their voice, their concerns, their challenges, their aspirations, their desires? So unless you hear that, and it's a two-way thing, it's not hearing for the sake of hearing. So I think 3 things are important. And technology, people who are the technology experts who are doing the skilling change, how would this simplify things? One of the challenges is the language which they speak. It doesn't appear, why is Apple iPhone or an Apple iPad the most popular in the world? Because even a child of 3 can interface with it in half an hour. So can we make our technology learning, not gibberish of technology, but something as user-friendly? So that's where HR is like the Sarthi. कृष्ण भगवान के सारथी है ना, कि दिशा आपको दिखानी है कंपनी को. तो आप अर्जुन, आप बोल रहे हैं भैया ये करना है, अर्जुन को ऐसा करना है. अर्जुन इज द कंपनी एंड यू आर श्री कृष्ण. तो श्री कृष्ण का रोल एचआर को प्ले कर. जब आपने कहा कि प्रिंसिपल कंपनी से मार्गदर्शन कर रहा है, भाषा दिखानी है, I find that the thing not able to lot of the because auto sector because so far you think dominated kind of the work space. Now there's a lot of the emphasis to bring more and more things. What are the business case? Why we should be doing and what does outside you see? See the two things which I see very good of bringing it. First of all, they contribute half of humanity. So if they are not part of the process of the journey, it is incomplete. As I say in India, आदमी तो इसमें भी इंडस्ट्री में आधा हिस्सा उनका है या ज्यादा हिस्सा है. Second, I see the emotional connect along with the professional connect which women bring is phenomenal. Why are HR professionals 70% of women? Why are the CEOs of banks 80% of women? So the amount of empathy, you can say the engagement and the enterprise they bring is up. And today, the engineering is not the old time. हमारे time में 5 किलो का कुल्हाड़ा लेके उमारना ठप ठप ठप. Now that's not part of the way. You don't need to be person की 36 इंच की आपकी छाती चाहिए या फिर you don't need to be Rara. So effectively, the skills required are different. And so that is why it is very, very important. And things require, when you're in a company, you require a different person, a different mindset. So, and a different perspective how to look at things. So if you are ignoring women, it's at your own cost. And one of the dangers I see is a lot of people go by percentages. Like I went to one company, they said we have 25% people shop floor women. So all of them are doing packing of spare parts. So 24 out of 25% are doing packing. That's not the diversity. Yeah. So diversity has to be across departments. It has to be across levels and across locations. That's what we are seeing.
So good thoughts, sir. You mentioned about even though there is a lot of appetite to bring the people into the part of the work, but still I find the cultural issue. The culture point of view, think that what you said that at the end of the line, packaging something like that, and still we feel this way, think that this will not be deployed in the core area. So what a cultural change and the HR, I always have believed this that the custodian of the culture, they are the change agent for the culture. So what a new culture, whatever you are entering right now, it is on board. And in the era of AI, technology, robotics, automation, all kinds of things. What culture the HR person would drive?
See, I think culture, we are seeing mindset. When you're talking about diversity, one is not that there's a direction from the from 10% you will take it 20%. It doesn't work that way. I think the basic need is they need to integrate the main functions. And you have this concept of cross-functional teams, which is across industries or not industry. The more you integrate them in cross-functional teams, and even suppose few people are in sales, let's take an example. And then you don't want to call in the entire sales team, how many product of marketing, how many are women? So reverse rapid not one fibers. Now, how can we get more women to think with the decision maker, the user, the owner, the decision maker? So you need to get other people also to that area. So that is something which is very much required. Companies have done it, it can be done again. And I think it's going to be important is that again, there has to be nudge and push people. Some motivation, some mindset change, but a nudge and push happens. And once you see small islands of excellence, then it does move up the ladder. I've seen companies in marketing. Most companies in marketing, they have 150 skills. Why? It's to 10% 15 years back. Because they see the benefit of it. Similarly, in sales, after sales, just most bad functions, which are not male-dominated company, that will also have to change. So I think it's possible. The only thing is to start off, and there has to be a karna hai. That is, I think, more important. And as you see in vehicles, although we are talking automatic vehicles, the most difficult part of the vehicle is when you start driving the vehicle is managing the A.C.E, accelerator, clutch, brake. Once you manage that and you get to third gear, then it goes on its own. So आपका जो ratio होना चाहिए, आपका objective होना चाहिए. Instead of first gear से second gear में गाड़ी पहुंचा. That could be enough.
Wonderful, sir. So I will just share my own experience while I'm working with the Coca-Cola and there were the also the instances to explore and people in workforce kind of a thing. Why we but so far we are selling. Why require a more team? And something came to my mind that who decides your budget? Normally you are buying. Okay. Coca-Cola is never a part of your budget, budgetary exercise, but when you go to the retail shop or anywhere, the kids ask and actually your wife decides to take whether you have to purchase anything or not. So when the old people are actually the decision maker and the end product, what is the end issue you are going to be, okay? And if you are not assimilating their thoughts, how you are going to drive the business? That's the so I think we have come to the end of the this session. I will ask the audience if you have any question from Mr. Arun, because I think we will not get better forum to ask directly from the person who has driven the business. Okay, and also having the lot of the HR insights.
So I just say, please put the questions to him also. Even Ram Rakshak, तो धर्म के रक्षक है ये। Yeah.
You said we have to become rich, but HR is always seen as a support function. As a support function. So how to actually engage your customers when they believe that you can actually with them?
Every change must start in itself. So when there are so many meetings which happen in companies, and generally I'm not talking about HR, but most people when these topics discussed, they're switched off. Otherwise they're switched off. So HR has to play a strategic role in the company's decision making. It's changing. So unless you show that willingness that you understand the entire ecosystem of the business, you can contribute, you're curious, it will not happen. So to that extent, support nahi hai. Support to hai. Without support we cannot do. But it is the epicenter. So from support to epicenter, it's the role of the HR which is there. And I think there is changing. The way I'm seeing, पहले क्या होता था HR में, भैया ये 2-4 बदमाश हैं, इनको थोड़ा कंट्रोल में रखना है. You know, that was in our time. You know, ये थोड़ा तंग करते हैं, तो देखो यार कुछ काम का. ये 5 employees हैं, बड़े बदमाश हैं, इनको देखो. ये 2-3 pressure आ गए, इस तरह avoid करना है. You know, these are typical jobs given, and it's changed. Today, appraisal assessment we are talking about. Wrong decision made, whether selecting a person, promoting a person, or putting a person in different functions, can cause phenomenal loss. So to that extent, I would say HR is not a support, I would call it a catalyst. How many have studied chemistry in school? So there's a definition of chemistry catalyst. So they have to play the role of a catalyst. And if I remember my chemistry right, which I did about 15 years back, a catalyst is a substance which by its mere presence hastens the rate of a chemical reaction, but remains chemically unchanged with it. So you are the catalyst.
I don't feel the thing HR is only a support. Normally, in this time, what we used to say HR people. Because business, when you are doing the business part, not driving the business, you are not understanding the business HR, then you can't wear the hat of HR people. Here we are contributing in the top line or the bottom line or in the market share. Because suppose that you are doing the recruitment, rightly he will say that wrong recruitment. What is the cost? The wrong recruitment. Or during the performance management cycle, the person has not, the capable person has not been taken care of. You will lose the business. That is the reality. So we are not the support function, but we are driving the function during the COVID time. We have seen this thing when the revenue was not being generated by many of the companies. That time the HR was actually standing and telling us, yes, time will come when we bounce back. I think there was a hand from this side. Yeah. Yes, sir. So I introduce yourself and then after.
So firstly, what we were talking about in terms of the first year and second year, we with you and one thing to share is Indigo Airlines conducted 75 pilots on 15th of August, celebrating the 25th. So I'll ask you a tough question. Okay, I feel that beyond being Margdarshak, HR also plays or should play a role of showing the mirror, right? Showing the mirror to specifically the
leader of the company. You have led organization. Share with us some CEO should do so that the HR leader encouraged to give strong feedback if needed. Hardly there is anyone to give insights, right? And the HR, CHRO or HR leader is the one that should be doing that. Very few companies in India or globally.
Can you summarize your question? That is
So talk about that if you can as a CEO. How have you encouraged your HR leader to provide insights to you in terms of your leadership behavior and skills? So I'll come to two parts to answer your question. Interesting questions. One is clearly HR. There's a concept called source credibility. Who can show the mirror? Whose credibility is high. I remember there used to be a gentleman called Dr. Kumar, very famous in Maruti, very famous in the auto industry, who used to do in quality. So two dealers gave the same feedback to the management. कि भाई आपकी quality में ये problem आ रही है, ये problem आ रही है, WagonR में ये problem आ रही है. One person he blasted in the audience and one person he heard very patient. I asked him, sir, what is the reason? Same was the feedback, nearly same. Why you blasted one person? Why? He said the person who does nothing, who creates all the customer problems, I would listen to feedback from him. But the person who adds value should have listened to feedback. So source credibility is what is very important. Whoever is giving the feedback. And second part is CEOs are also being told they have to be good listeners. I think that concept is changing of leadership also. Ultimately, listening there is a final. Because a CEO, however intelligent may be, cannot get perspective of everything. So good listening ability, and there's a saying, it is a saying, praise in public and praise in public and criticize in person. So similarly, when you're giving feedback to CEO, don't try to give him talk to other people. Try to give him one-to-one.
Sir, I'm Sudhanshu from Hero Motorcar. Something that came on top of my mind right now after listening to you. Okay. See, I feel skill building is a very straightforward process. But applying these skills will require a lot of will. So as per you, to foster the will, what measures can be taken?
Learning, I think one of the biggest challenges is, and one thing I've learned from Japanese, they're very good is they focus on fundamentals a lot. We Indians by nature are very impatient. So we are in that speed hurry. When you too much hurry, that doesn't make curry. There's a saying which is there. So focus on fundamentals first. Why it is good for them, how they can, once the fundamentals are clear, then that change can happen with you. The second thing which is very important is personal touch. Let's give misstyle. I mean, we just want to give incident, which is Hero Motor. I was a young area manager, put on auto expo stall to attend to customers. And Hero Honda store was just opposite to us. And my people three were there to run away. I had to manage the stall and it was very difficult. I found after 2 hours somebody patting me on the back. And it was very warm. He said, Beta, tu akela kar raha hai. Khana wala khaya, roti khai. He offered me his food from there. Chairman of Hero Motor, area manager of Escort, would be competitor. Will I ever forget? Personal touch is losing. Sometimes in that professional zone, the personal touch is very important. If you think from the heart, you think from the empathy. People listen. That's what I was.
Because I have a great question. Sorry, I'm taking this opportunity because it is a very interesting kind of thing. During the era of this technological disruption, where everything is technology, we are going to this somewhere, even though many of the time we are having the virtual meetings. Okay. And I find the thing, the personal connect, what we used to have in the past, that is missing. So what we should be doing so that the personal connect should remain as it is or it's another way.
I was talking to one, virtual, I know it's difficult in a virtual world, but now today in a hybrid world. Simple thing. How many people, if you have 40 people, if you address a person's by team by first name? It's as simple as that. Or you remember something good he's done, even if you're giving a feedback to prove this is good in you, this is not. So I think these are small things. I've seen great leaders. And the great leaders are something who listen very listening and give you encouragement also, and even, I mean, knuckles also. So, carrot and stick can work, but only stick cannot work, and carrot has to be first and foremost. That's what I see.
And that's why I see this thing when the Dr. Bijmal came to him, and I still remember after so many years.
This is instead of 1985, we are talking 40 years. मुझे आज भी मेरी आंखों में आंसू आ जाते हैं कि बेटा खाना खाया कि नहीं, मैं रोटी भिजवा दूं वहां से. A simple thing, what we can do. So that's something which is there. So how do you get it? Sometimes we in a rush for professionalism, targets, issues. I'm not saying targets are not important. Targets are important, but you lose people faster. And and today the young generation, I feel other challenges. हम भी blame the young generation. सर आज की वो बात नहीं है सर. पहले जो मेहनती थे वो नहीं है. आजकल तो बस हायर तो भागने में रहते हैं. It's not. Does it interest them? Does it engage with them? Look at from their mindset. You put yourself in your shoes or their shoes.
So Akshay, I think you have a question. Please rotate the mic.
Hi, sir. Am I audible? I'm Akshay from BMW.
BMW.
Yes.
So we are moving from 80,000 rupees motorcycle to 80 lakh cars.
Last time from 42 lakhs.
Average price is 80 lakhs. Weighted average is 80 lakhs. So I'm talking weighted average price.
A decade in HR, as an HR, I have realized that HR professionals overdo sometimes on engagement, on talent management, and all those ELCs which we have. As an MD lens, in next 5 years, what are the top 3 priorities of HR practitioners to manage the young talent? Which you gave an example that is it interesting enough for the younger gen? So can you just share the top 3 priorities where we should look in the next 5 years? So not 10 years. 10 years is too long a time to change.
First of all, I'm not a current MD, I'm past MD, so I have to, you have to give me that much credit or doubt. So 3 things which you say from expectation of MD from HR. I want one thing that my employees should be mentally engaged with the job they're doing. They should not be just doing through road. So I would require one thing, mental engagement. Because if there is mental engagement, there will be improvement, advancement, innovation. So that's something which I know it's a difficult task. I would say everything cannot be done by HR. Second thing which I require is HR has to play, somebody said, showing the mirror. But when to show the mirror, how to show the mirror is also an important task. So that's going to be a very important, because you need to give clear feedback also. Sometimes, we believe that the MD or the person doesn't want to listen to feedback. But give a feedback and give a solution. So a lot of time we give a problem statement. Okay, what problem again? Give a problem statement, but then say there are possible solutions, and this is why it will work. So that's the second part. And third part, which is there is, they say, how do you identify people who are sharpshooters and how do you identify people who are shipwreckers? It's a job which is there. If you remember, there's HR has a very important job. How many have seen the film Diwar? So, I take HR people have to be like Diwar. There's a dialogue, all the dialogues are Amitabh Bachchan, but there's a dialogue with Shashi Kapoor. The 2 brothers meet under a bridge. And one has become a smuggler, Vijay, Amitabh Bachchan, and the other has become a police person. So the police of the smuggler says कि मैं जानना चाहता हूँ मैं किससे बात कर रहा हूँ, एक पुलिस ऑफिसर से या एक भाई से. What is the reply? जब तक एक भाई बोलेगा एक भाई सुनेगा, जब एक मुजरिम बोलेगा तो पुलिस ऑफिसर सुनेगा. So that's the word. What you are answering? Last question. Anybody?
The good questions have already been asked. I just want to understand, in the last session, there was so much technology being infused in every aspect of business. And in the talent space, for example, if somebody is applying for this, there's no screening, there's no human intervention that's happening, and more we're moving towards that. How do you see the space changing? Will a bot start taking an interview with a bot? Or
One thing we must remember, technology is an enabler. Is a thing which can speed up things. It can be more accurate. But ultimately, the final decision, a judgment has to be applied. Then the human being is important. And the other say part is what technology to use where. This old saying in Hindi here, बंदर के हाथ में उस तरह दे दूं तो क्या होगा? So technology left on its own or left without right usage can have also challenges. So ultimately, you are at command of the technology, and you know what to do and where the human interface is important. Because technology cannot do human interface. I am totally against everything bot ही कर देगा कि आपको select भी कर देगा, train भी कर देगा, को भी कर देगा, which is there. So that's something which I think you have to look at. Can I add something there? Yeah. Last night I was taking one interview, and I was using the Gemini AI. It was taking all the downloads. So what I realized, I think bot can do all the interviews. I can read all my questions that I can. But how I am going to take the understand and observe the body language of the person, the demeanor of the person. So when the person was thinking about how much the person was energetic, these all have to be actually right now. I feel this thing. Generative AI or the bot cannot do this. I don't know after 10 years what is going to happen. I think Rakshan said very active listening. Active listening is not only observing what the person is saying, how they are saying, why they are saying, the expression on their face, the diction and the command in the real language. I'm not really sure what's going to do it. So there's a lot of value to add back. What can be you can say accelerator or a speed thing which are accuracy, but ultimately, you may have the best band in the world, but you still need a Zubir Mehta. Why is Zubir Mehta famous? Orchestra 50 people को synchronize करता था. So unless you are a good synchronizer like Zubir Mehta, then it becomes cacophony. That's when you are required. Moreover, अगर आपका industrialization काफी disturbed है, and you hire an industrialization guy who is only 5 feet high, do you think that he will be able to generate that kind of the impact? So somewhere the human intelligence cannot be sufficed by the artificial. So thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. You spoke from heart.
अरुण सर, धर्म सर, बहुत धन्यवाद आपका इस गहन अंतर्दृष्टिपूर्ण सत्र के लिए, जो कि बहुत सावर्धक
सबके मुझे वो चुपके चुपके में डायलॉग आ गया था वो मतलब
felicitate. I request Mr. Nani Gopal, Director NIT, and Dr. Sunil Singh, Founder HR Today, to please come up on the stage and give the honors.
Thank you. We can take about the
Director NIT, to please come and brief us about the Anand Institute of Technology, Bhubaneswar.
Yeah, nice. Good evening.
Speakers, panel members, industry leaders, distinguished delegates, and respected associates. With AI and smart public. Organized Elwell chapter in collaboration with Nalanda Institute of Technology Globalism. This conclave serves a unique platform where visionaries, policymakers, and industry pioneers come together to shape the future of AI-driven workforce development and smart mobility. Over for 19 years, Nalanda Institute of Technology has been a pillar of academic excellence, innovations, and industry integration. Under the visionary leadership of our Vice Chairman, Mr. Molay Kumar Padhi, with us, we have achieved remarkable milestones, including the establishment of Odisha's first incubation center, Auto Incubation Center, AIC Nalanda, nurturing 100 plus startups and being honored with the Best Incubator Award at the HSS Summit Bangalore. However, today marks an even greater milestone. I extend my sincere welcome to the top tech leaders of the country, Hero Motors, Minda Groups, HMCMA, and Metalman for joining us for this momentous occasion of signing MOEs. This is a proud movement of Nalanda Institute of Technology take a broad step towards strengthening industry academia collaboration to bridge skill gaps, foster research partnerships, and drive workforce transformations. But our aspirations go beyond this. We are now eager to establish the state-of-art Center of Excellence in AI, smart mobility, cyber security, and beyond. The COEs will be the game changers, ensuring that our students evolve not just job seekers, but as future-ready professionals and innovators, driving the next wave of technological advancement. This conclave is more than just an event, it is a call to action. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the entire NHRD team, especially Mr. Dharam Rakshit Ji, President of this chapter, and his team led by Mr. Sudhanshu Padi and COE Technical Education, as well as our media partner, HR Today, and Executive Chairperson, Crest'XO, for their overwhelming support and making this event success. At Nalanda Institute of Technology, we firmly believe in a future-driven collaboration, innovation, and excellence. Today, I invite all technological leaders present here to join us in building our 360-degree educational ecosystems vision, a model where academic and industry work hand in hand to ready talent pipelines for an evolving world. So before we proceed, I invite you all to watch a short video showcasing the journey of impact of Nalanda Institute of Technology, Bhubaneswar.
Responsibility for education and technology. On the hand, harassments with the mindset of living into the unexplored questions and scaling. Welcome you to the Education Center for Core Technological Advancements, not the shift of technology, Bhubaneswar. A discipline-driven and technology-backed approach of imparting knowledge has set benchmarks for thousands of students who have come as the brilliant alumnus of this great institution. The development is economic strength of students from any institute across Islam as an and benefit resources to train any kind of engineers with high standards of realistic technical know-how. Welcome to the Education Center for Core Technological Advancements, not the shift of technology. In the city, straight campus of over 20 acres and it's a near Keith Square. The shift of technology is shift of technology is an elite technical college imparting engineering and management education. It is the first institute in Odisha to bring in the Atal Incubation Center into its campus. A.I.C. Ananda Institute of Technology Foundation is a technology business incubator supported by Atal Innovation Vision, a flagship initiative set up by the Niti Aayog, Government of India, to promote innovation and entrepreneurship across the nation. It opens vast gates of opportunities for budding entrepreneurs who they want to expand and grow their startups into great heights by providing required help and state-of-art mentorship programs. Any startup starts from an idea. The idea turns into concept. Then from the concept, we design the prototype. We get a finished product for the market, a MVP in due course. AIC Nalanda, Institute of Technology Foundation, provides startups with best-in-class co-working space, a technical team who are there to provide them with the required lab services and support, state-of-art conference room, meetings, and business discussions, a team of professionals who help them to learn the art of pitching and enhance their preparedness before investors. The team provides expert-based guidance to startups from designing to launching their product in the market and strategize their journey ahead. AIC Nagpur Institute of Technology Foundation provides startups with state-of-art co-working space, technical support, conference rooms, market support, and the best mentors of the industry to work, grow, and learn with. AIC Nalanda Institute of Technology Foundation helps any startup with the problems they face during the initial stages of planning and execution of an idea till the final stage of end finished product.
Technical survey.
Thank you, Mr. Iqbal. This was an amazing video. And I think that is a huge contribution that they are making, creating a generation who is skilled enough to work in changing technologies. I request you all of us to break for 15 minutes for a tea break and then we come back again at 6:45. Thank you so much and see you all in 15 minutes.
Hello. फोन हो गया आपका ऑर्डर अंदर ऐश्वर्य शर्मा फिल्म का है राज टू हाँ जी हाँ जी देख लो अगर पॉसिबल है तो आ सकते हो मॉर्निंग की जाओगे ये बाबा राम का मंदिर है ना उसके पास ही है ठीक है Yes, sir. These are blessed for a also a lot of convenience. Nice. I think it's because you know
How is it? Break by break. So, this one. Sure. Yes. All the best. We are already. Good choice. So, does it feel calm down? We feel
Something people need to work with us. This I don't know. I've done, I know him because he was planting G plant. Right. Yes, it's like us and that's the from the joint venture. Oh, what? So, the build over for your company. Another business, just property. So, those. And you know, look some sorts of similar. It's all similar to the announcements to make it published. We believe that most we started we will sell artistic with the third one. Third one, maybe astronomy by and because they would like to look to body by its visualization. Okay. Who's control? We have the problem with family. Can we have the way to get it together? बता दीजिए तो जॉब मिलेगा कि हाँ सर जी तो सेम स्कूल के हो ना जी ये जेवियस कहाँ गए ये कोई नहीं जेवियस के बाद यहाँ पे दो स्कूल बना के
I went to a family day. There she talked with somebody else. With family else. Who does it? Our work to answer my making it first. Flash the very work on holistic and decision making. Yes. बात बंद करना मुझसे। I request everybody, please settle down, call your friends, other members. So, and get it. Very nice to meet you. I look forward. Thank you. Yes, I'm sometimes what because let's stand up.
Standard, I think you're gonna have be the highest level to manage time. ऐसा कार्यक्रम जो SHRM और NIPM IPD मिलकर तो आपकी वापसी मेरे साथ ही है हम देखे कि
Let's please start. Please. Sponsors.
सुबह ऊपर ये प्रिंटेड अगर बंदा जो आ रहा है शुरू से वो तो बनता रहता है करेक्ट नहीं है करेक्ट यार मैं उनको और सबको 10-10 मिनट इतना टाइम इतना हम ये पैनल में आता है बातें भी जाता है तो क्या टाइप का हूँ करेक्ट
Vice Chairman NIT.
चलिए सर आ जाओ मजा आ रहा है कॉलेज आपको नंबर दिया तो बात की
Mr. Naveen Abhakar, ATM Management, HMC MM also Limited. Mr. Naveen Abhakar. This was a huge round of applause. The very big step towards the progress. Automobile and cabinet coming together. Friendship Sharma, HM Connection Betterment. This is a very big initiative in skill building, new skilling and reskilling. Mr. H.K. Sharma.
ट्रेनिंग ऑफ डॉक्टर्स नर्सेस बहुत ज्यादा मिलता है बीडीएस जनरल ड्यूटी असिस्टेंट बहुत से ज्यादा कर दिया सर सारा अभी एक सब लास्ट है अच्छा पूरा एक इंस्टीट्यूट खुल सकता है कॉलेज खुल सकता है यूनिवर्सिटी खुल सकता है I don't know.
चाय कॉफी पी रहे हैं
Intelligence, common sense, common command. नहीं बोलना बंद किया मेरी कॉपी नहीं है अभी भी नहीं धनंजय इधर ही हो क्या अब से भी बड़ी गलती है है ना शादी किया था नाम तो उसी के लिए बोला हूँ सर फोटो लगा भी किया और उसने भी
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
He's coming from here. I came earlier there committee. Traffic ज़्यादा हो गया. हाँ traffic ज़्यादा हो गया.
Towards the end of the evening, we have a very important session coming up, which talks about driving an excellent skilling and workforce planning in the era of collective mobility. An industry which was hyper-connectivity and digital transformation. Mobility is no longer just about transformation. It's about intelligent automation and these challenges and innovations required in the era of connected mobility. To explore these critical themes, we have a distinguished lineup of experts. Please welcome Mr. Sanjay Kumar Das, Vice President, Employee Relations, PA Continuum India Private Limited. Excel. Talent Supply Chain and HR Technology, COE, HCL Tech. Mr. Rajesh Rai, CHRO, ATPC Project Hitachi. Steering this insightful discussion, we have our esteemed moderator, Saswati Sinha, CHRO India and MEA E-Values. Let's give a warm welcome to this incredible panel. Saswati, the stage is yours. Thank you so much. Yeah, I know. Hi everyone, I'm audible, right? Okay, super. I hope all the audience here is not LHRDL. The organizer. I hope we have others also. This is the last session and I'm sure people are tired, jaded, but we'll try to make it as interesting as possible. This subject will remain a very, very important topic for the next, 20 years till everyone adopts it and it becomes hygiene. But today we'll just touch upon some of the aspects. We have a very, very esteemed panel here, very senior people who are implementing some of these. So let's just start with an introduction. I'm Shashwati. Like she said, I head HR for Evaluser, which is a professional services organization. I head it for India and MEA. I request the panelists to just introduce themselves in 1 minute.
I lead the people function for APAC, for Global Logic Hitachi. We are a Hitachi group company. You can almost treat us as what we call the digital transformation for the Hitachi group. So that's what we do.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Vikas Singh Baghel. I manage HR Technology and Talent Supply Chain Center of Excellence for HCL.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Parul Kataria and I work with EXL. I head the talent acquisition and designated here as a vice president. So I've got over 2 decades of experience only in talent acquisition. So I say that I'm born and brought up in talent acquisition. We have seen from pen and paper to the way we are hiring now, all digitized. So we have seen that kind of a journey. And I'm really looking forward to engage with all of you and have an interesting and a very interesting conversation with all of you. Thank you so much.
Everyone, my name is Sanjay Das. I have more than 26 years of experience into various domains within HR. I started my career from an integrated steel plant, then I moved on to power sector, worked with NTPC, then to Reliance Energy. I work with Hero Honda now, with Pop. And presently I'm associated with Bank of America, managing employee relations. And apart from that, I'm also responsible for managing HR ops risks, HR business continuity, advisory, and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Very much. I really appreciate. I think there is a wealth of experience in all of us together today. And we hope to have a very interesting session. So just to put it in context, if you can see the topic, it says driving excellence, skilling and workforce planning in the era of connected mobility. Now, the very nice English. I really like it. Karam has done a fantastic job. But what it means is that basically things are changing so fast. Technology is taking over many aspects of what we do. In such a scenario, when things are changing so fast, how do we ensure that people are upskilling fast enough? We are adopting technology at the right places. And lastly, how do you do workforce planning? Somebody wants to work remote, somebody wants to come to office. Some roles are okay to be remote working, but people don't come to office. You know, there's so many permutation combinations simply because technology is evolving so fast. I think COVID has accelerated, we all know. My first question to all of you, and like I requested, it's just an opener, so just keep it a little short. How does connected mobility impact workforce planning and talent management? Just your opening thoughts, liners. Rajesh, will start with you.
Okay, so the way we see, and I come from the tech industry, and all the disruption that we are talking about here, tech is right at the center of it. And we work with clients, and for us, workforce planning becomes almost like a everyday job that we have to accomplish. Everything and 100% of everything today is skill based, and absolutely skill based. In the past years, we've seen that workforce planning could be, okay, I'll train this person, or this person is on a path to getting upskilled, etc., etc. No longer today. Workforce planning, and especially directed at what we call connected mobility. And as I get to my session, and then the other questions, I'll talk more about the auto side of things, the work we do for clients there. But it's 100% skills that you know today and you deploy them today. That is all that workforce planning is, and it's a difficult game.
Because I just wanted to take it forward in the context of if skill is becoming so important, so that degree is not important.
No, so I think by the skill, by a degree, I think there are some fundamental things which we should solve, at least in India. Education, while we have been expanding for years, it is highly academized, if I may say so. And I think that's why we are having the debate to say, industry academia partners say, but we are not moving forward too much. And I think if you look at some macros, for all the emerging economies or the developing countries like us, there's some prediction which says that in the next 10 years, we'll have 1.2 billion people who will be joining the workforce. By some estimate, they're saying there are only going to be 400 million jobs, which means that there is a delta of around 800 million. These 800 million people, either they'll join some informal economy, or they'll be underdeployed, or they'll be not employed at all. So I think to answer your question, I think it's high time that we should pivot our education system to a little more applied technology and so on. I think those are the way forward. Unless we do that, I think we'll keep talking about, maybe we are great in services industry. Right? India is the epicenter of services industry in the world. But I think if we need to make to the next orbit of the growth, we have to pivot from this to manufacturing, and creating something on our own ground stuff. And I think that journey will only start when our education system will start pivoting from where we are.
Thank you so much. So employability, talent acquisition, we come to the talent acquisition expert. Just related, why I'm just hijacking so that we don't repeat the thoughts. So Parul, what do you think, when we are talking about employability, I think we talked about employability. We are doing a lot at the national level in terms of skill investment. But are we investing in the right skill investment? How do you plan that?
See, it varies from organization to organization. And I think organizations are now putting a lot of focus on how do we upskill our current workforce. When we talk about driving excellence, what is excellence? Excellence is no longer just, achieving success. It's also about sustainability. And what is the core of the sustainability? Is our agile, skilled workforce. And if we do not invest in the skilled workforce, we will not be able to develop the talent for future. And when we talk about the connected mobility, it is actually leading to how skills are being viewed earlier. Are these the skills which will be required in the future also? So there is a lot which is changing, and while not every organization is there, but I think the organizations are on the right path. They've understood what is the key to success, and they are making the right investment when we talk about the upskilling of the current talent force.
Thank you so much. Sanjay, in all these, when we talk about this, so when you say that upskilling, reskilling, or the fact that education system has to now come into the what is the requirement rather than just go for a vanilla or whatever is happening. Now, Sanjay, how does one, integrate this? Opens when you use technology to do this. It opens the world to us. Correct. So we can go to any part of the world and get the right skill. Given that scenario, how do you think the workforce planning in this country, I'm specific to country, can happen?
Well, I want to just take a few steps back. I heard in earlier panelists discussing about now in the organization we have three generations: the Gen X, Gen Y, and now the Gen Z entering into the workforce mainframe. When we talk about upskilling, reskilling, or taking skilled manpower, acquiring of skilled manpower, the most important factor that we need to keep in mind is the unlearning process of the older folks in the organization. And believe me, that's the most difficult thing in any organization. It's very easy for you to train the new generation getting into organization, but to get into a de-learning process and then getting into de-learning and training them, it's very, very mindless task for any organization. Addressing your specific question now, talent is open across entire globe, and leveraging technology, definitely we can look for the best talent available in the market, and we can deploy technologies which are already available in the open market. And as an organization, my organization, we are already looking into deploying some of these shortlisting the candidates with the requisite skill sets that is required within the organization. And I think the journey is on, and going forward, we'll see a lot of rigor getting into this, and which would definitely help us.
Thank you so much. The panel has been very kind and been very crisp. So this brings us, and it's a very interesting thought, that technology, while it is helping us connect across the globe, we are investing to upscale, rescale, do workforce planning. At the same time, there is also employability. So there seems to be a kind of two ends of the spectrum. Very interesting. That brings me, Rajesh, to you. So what skills? Let's delve a little bit. We are talking that their employability is less, they are fixing, technology is applied, that it is possible to connect to each skill across the world. What is required for employees in any organization? What are those 4 5 skills that one has to focus on to excel in an era of evolving technology, smart mobility?
Maybe I'll break my response to two parts. One is the technical skill, and maybe what I can do is restrict myself to say the auto sector as a classic example, right? I'm sure all of us buy cars, change cars, or maybe at least go and look at cars these days. And if you go and look at a car, and we use in our world, in the software world, a phrase called software defined vehicle, SDV. And we call these days a car is an SDV, because anything and everything in the car is while the manufacturing piece is one part of the whole component, it's all connected within. right? Gone are the days when you would have distributed electronic systems. Today, everything is digitally controlled, right? And I'm sure any of you who bought new cars, you would have, for example, when you're changing lanes, your car will actually slightly nudge you to say, you need to stay in your lane. There are indicators, sensors that beep, right? Or when you're taking, let's say, when you are giving an indicator to turn right, there's a little sensor that will tell you there's traffic behind that's coming.
So, Rajesh, sorry to interrupt. So, are you saying the cognitive part of the human brain is being taken over by AI?
You can, to an extent, say that because, for example, all of these functions are ADAS skills, right? All that I just spoke about, which earlier a driver would typically use their brain to assess and maneuver, which a technology is enabling today. Or let's say if you look at your entire, I'm sure a lot of us in our cars get prompts which says update your operating system. Now that's just not your music system getting updated; it's all your connected systems that are getting updated. Your sensors, your back-end rear views that come in your parking the car, all the other stuff. I'm sure a lot of us have cars where the car speaks to you, where it's saying children crossing the road or pedestrian crossing the road, be careful. Now, all of that is coming through technology design. It's coming through this connected digital app ecosystem. It's connected. It is coming to you through the skills of AutoSAR. And I can keep going on and on. These are just a few examples. So coming back to your question about skills, this is what the business vision of the sector is, that my car has to be a software-defined vehicle. My car should focus on customer experience, very holistic, to an extent that whatever you're doing inside your home, the minute you come out of your home and get into your car, it's not a change of experience. All you're doing is extending the same experience you were having at home into that car also. What that basically means is that the skills required to work on all of this for a software defined vehicle called a car today are very different and they are constantly evolving, right? There are data skills, there are analytic skills which can help you understand all of this. There is semiconductor and embedded skills which will help you develop this central ecosystem of the car and likewise, right? So this is on the tech part of it, that there are specific tech skills. Now, if you've learned ADAS, you know how to apply it in this real life scenario when you test a car, then obviously it's useless, right? We don't want CAD information at all, and that's where the intervention is needed to make sure people are trained on those specific skills which are connected to what the business vision of that product of the company is looking for. So that's number one. On the flip side, there are certain skills today which are non-negotiable, which I believe, for a strange reason, most of the, when we talk about academics, doesn't really get into. I mean, they've of course massively changed, and there's a lot of improvement that's happening. Still, some distance to cover. Things around the ability to be curious and creative, or problem solve, or deal with ambiguity, or let's say decode problems, right? In this disruptive scenario, those are skills that are also extremely important, which go hand in hand. So I may have an engineer who is very, very proficient in AutoSAR, but if that engineer does not understand the complexity of why AutoSAR is needed in which component of the car, then it's again useless, right? So that is what the complexity is all about. So it's not a unidimensional piece, it's a multi-dimensional piece. But one definitive need is just not about learning. So if you got an ADAS certification, you need to know how to apply it. And if you don't know how to apply it, there's a problem. And that's where the industry collaboration works wonders. We've been doing that as well with several colleges. And we go and teach students exactly this, right? So that they don't remain in that world. I can of course share similar examples for clients we work for in the healthcare space or in the communication space. Many of you guys are hearing brand skills in the telecom space, and so on and so forth. I can go on and on. But believe me, every quarter or every 2 months, there is an evolution that takes place, and we have to pivot our people to that story of upskilling. And if you don't do that, they are a failure, and in turn, we are a failure, which of course we don't want. I call this a talent engine, that we all have to get into building talent engines for the future, for now and for the future.
Thank you so much, Rajesh. That was Very good, because you gave some specific examples. So what I hear is domain skills which are based on business vision, and it will be different for different organizations, different industries, becomes important. And on the other side, being agile, dealing with ambiguity, and I think dealing with ambiguity is one of the people want our instruction manual. Okay, you have given me this job, now tell me how to do it. Okay, now step number one, step number two. We don't know. So your skill is to deal with that ambiguity and still get the business result. I think that's the most important thing, and that has to be taught very young. You cannot suddenly upskill yourself to deal with ambiguity, and then your mind is structured in a certain way. And these are all these skills which have to be taught young. I sincerely believe that. You cannot suddenly transform someone who has got 15 years, 10 years of work experience working in a certain way. Okay, so the third question goes to, of course, Parul. So you have been in the talent acquisition space, right? So even in your team, let's just make it a little specific, and then I'll just say, even in your team, how would you effectively identify skill gaps? And then ensure that the team or extended team or the organization is upskilled in terms of using technology and creating an experience to connect it. How to identify?
This is a very, very interesting question and a challenging one also. I'll tell you what is the challenge. The challenge is that nobody even thought of that the technology advancement would be such fast, and immediately after COVID, whatever, I mean, before COVID, we thought that technological changes will move at its own pace. But then overnight things change. And people who used to think that, we can't really work from home. And I have really seen, people beg their managers, can you allow me to work from home? And they said, no, the productivity will diminish. It's just not possible. And then suddenly overnight, everybody was working from home. So that's the advancement in technology that we all experience. And then suddenly we saw that people were motivated because they saw no other option but to adapt and adopt to the change which is happening. And that's the self-motivation that everybody had. They knew that if they have to be there in the competition, and again, coming back to what I just spoke about, sustainability. I think that is something which led to that kind of a rigor in each and every individual. But when we talk about the adoption, while it happened, there's still a long way to go. If I just talk about my team, we know from a pen and paper or a manual process to the digitized process, we kind of did the digital transformation in recruitment. And it took me 1 full year to get to the team to start using the ATS. They were so used to the manual process and everything. They found
emails. Yeah,
Yes,
the users
yes.
also send me the profile through email.
Exactly.
Send me this
Yeah.
email.
Yeah.
So that.
And a lot of people who are still not very comfortable with the technology. And you ask this question, what skills are required? I think the digital literacy is still not there where ideally it should be, looking at the advancement and the innovation that we are, seeing happening on a day-to-day basis. Technology is changing every day. It's evolving. What was probably the hot selling thing, yesterday, it's obsolete today. And tomorrow there'll be something else. So we are seeing it happening. And when I talk about the organization that I'm working for, so the organization is trying their level best. So I work for EXL, and EXL has implemented a platform in place whereby they are trying to assess the gap in what is the skill which is there today with us and what will be the future requirement, looking at the expectations of the customers and where the organization where the vision of the organization is. EXL is establishing itself as a digital and analytics organization, and we do a lot of work in digital and AI. So that's where we are heading for. And again, the skill gap assessment is not something, that you kind of plug in something and you will get the responses immediately. There are various approaches, and again,
One could be you have a digital platform which is implemented and you get those data-driven insight, but at the same time, that touch human element which is needed, that will always be needed irrespective of how technical we are or whatever advancement we do. So it's a combination of human and the AI. So there are various approaches. You can run surveys, which we did. There are, assessments, the structured assessment that we run from team to team. And how we did was there was a process wherein the automation needed to be done. And within EXL, we work on almost all domain. We are the leaders in insurance. Then there are other domains like travel, transport, logistics, utilities, banking. So we picked up the process wherein we were automating, and there were like basic skills the people had, and developing or putting in the automation required some bit of complexity level to go up in terms of the skill set. People were like really, really, really scared. They were under the impression now that they will be losing out on their job. But the organization, they created a platform whereby you can do self-learning. You say that these are my skills, this is my interest level, this is what I'm required to do in a particular process. And through that AI and ML, the system itself suggests, what all skills you really need to work upon and throws those prompts for training and all that. I remember, this reminds me of one of the incident wherein I was interviewing a candidate and we said, can you write a code? The person said, why? Why do I have to write? I can just, copy and paste. I should know what to search. And now we are saying prompt engineering is taking place. You should know what, when, and how you have to ask and where to implement, and you get the desired result. So that's the change that we are experiencing, and that's how, when we look at what the skills were of the past and what is the requirement for future, if organizations break that code, they know exactly, then I think we will be able to stay in the competition, will be able to sustain where we have reached, and someday, you can create that competitive edge also.
Thank you so much, Paris. That brings a very interesting question in my mind, which I'll now maybe I'll go to class. Why we are saying technology is helping us to create these real-time skill gap assessments, interventions, digital content, etc. We just want to hear from you because you come from the tech industry. That how's been the investment and the adoption? Like you touched upon adoptions, but we'd like to hear a lot more from you. How has it been? Is fear the driving force? Is comfort the driving force? Multi-generational we are talking about. So is that creating a problem? So why technology is here to stay? We all know it. But what's the state right now? Is it helping or hindering, or how is it scaling up?
Well, I think the advent of technology learning development space, at least most of the organizations have moved away from brick and mortar training, right? All the trainings are virtual. I think where the challenge is that as a function, we need to go and create that culture. And somebody was talking in before before this, it has to be characteristic. You need to have that culture where people need to be motivated to do the self-learning. At least in our company, we have created programs like Aspire, where we're not saying that we're not prescribing training or skill training to them, say, hey, go learn digital, code and cloud. We're saying you, whatever is your aspiration in your career, that this is the skills. I'm at this level, I'm a project manager, I want to become a technical architect. To take your journey from project manager to technical architect, that's your aspiration. Now, there is a program called Aspire where you can go and enroll for the learning which you want to enhance your skill. Mentorship program, which is again a virtual platform where today we have 25,000 employees who enroll themselves. They want to take mentorship, and some 7,000 employees have enrolled themselves as a mentor. So I can go and mentor 5 coders or project managers. Somebody at senior level can mentor junior people. So I think technology will definitely help, but as a function, we need to create that culture.
I think employees know, right? They are reading these news every day, day out, that people are being asked to go. And the Alvin Toffler has put it very nicely that in 21st century, illiterates are the one who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. Right? So I think none of us want to be that. All of us want to learn, relearn, and unlearn so that we can keep evolving skills. And at least in our space, in whether it is automobile, whether it is IT, ITES, it is coming at a breakneck pace. So it doesn't matter if you learn today, after 6 months, technology will change. So I think it's about adaptability. It's about can you learn something new in stipulated timeline? I think that's a muscle all of us need to build, irrespective whether I'm a tech function or an enabling function. If you do not start thinking like, we gotta think all of us like a mobile app. Every 3 months you have to update your app. Get these projects to update. There's this. That's how you think about yourself. That you learn anything new in last 4 months. If not, it's not a good sign. So if you can,
That's the biggest challenge, right? That's where the challenge is for us as a function, because we cannot, if you have a 25,000 workforce, you have even workforce, so ensure that they are.
But I think what is happening now is that skill has become a currency in all our. So earlier, plan a project, my life is settled. If you have an immediate website, what skill do you have? I mean, that skill, what is the proficiency? Are you an expert? Are you proficient? Are you beginner? Are you advanced? That will determine your wage. That will determine your career. So at least that message has gone across the industry. To say the skill is your currency, keep building on that, then only you grow.
Fantastic. I'll call that. I might just, if you have 2 minutes, I'll come to that. But I'll just now move on to Sanjay. Sanjay, while I had given you an idea of the question, I'll just a little bit in context of the conversation that we are having. So Sanjay, I hear from all the panelists 2-3 things. First, yes, identifying skill gaps is a continuous process because every day technology is changing, the way we do things is changing. We used to eat with our hand, now we give a spoon, tomorrow we eat with the fork, or we eat with the spoon. It's changing very fast. This is one. Second point is that it is here to stay. It's not going to go away. So adoption and adaptation has to happen. Third thing I also hear from all the panel is that why a workforce planning, Rajesh also spoke about it, workforce planning has now become more complex because here skilling is coming in, then the pool that we get, there is employability issue, then there is tech, then there is the mental structure after COVID where work from home, like we talked about, right? Gig economy or the gig aspect of it. Given all this, what are the 3 important things that we should keep in mind as a futuristic way, as a trend, that these are the 3 trends for workforce planning and these are the 3 trends for skilling? Any your thoughts on that?
Okay, if you talk about the 3 important aspects for manpower planning, first thing is obviously what is the requirement of the organization? When I say the requirement of the organization, it is in terms of the present state you are in and anticipating the developments happening in the external environment, the adoption of the technology that you are planning in the next 5 to 10 years. And basis that, what is the skill levels that you need to acquire at present level so that you are able to develop them to meet the requirements of the future. So that's the first thing I would look forward. Second is obviously see necessity of any individual, any organization, any entity leads to innovation. And innovation leads to adaptability of whatever is available in the market to be competitive with your the competitors around you. So that's another aspect that we need to work on. So your workforce needs to be agile, needs to be adaptive, and right from the strategy implemented into the organization, into the systems, into the structure, right? Every level you need to be very, very proactive, I would say, so that the workforce that is entering into the organization are able to cater to your requirement, the requirement of the organization. So these are the 3 aspects I think are very, very
important for every organization to keep in mind while you are planning for your manpower acquisition or the manpower planning. I just missed the second part of it.
Skilling part of it, what are the three trends? That it's continuous skilling, it has to be digital versus classroom. What do you feel?
I would say it's a combination of all. I heard every training is eventually converting into web-based trainings. Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of training deals these days, and every organization are web-based trainings, virtual trainings. But I personally believe that personal touch which needs to be there while imparting specific training skills needs to be in person. And I'll give an example of what we have done in our organization. This is the regulatory requirement for giving training for POSH-related trainings for the employees as well as the IC members. So that's where this year what we planned is we hired an external agency and we got into dramatic presentation of the scenarios that are there in the organization, and usually we do a lot of analytics into what type of cases that we have in the organization, and we pick a gist of it and we shared with the trainers there, and they were able to perform it on the stage, and it was so well received by the audience. We received a lot of appreciation for, and then a lot of ask is coming that it should be adopted in other locations also, because we operate out of 5 different states. So we did it in one location, and there is the ask that it needs to be replicated in other locations as well. So I think it should be a combination of both a virtual based as well as.
Thank you so much. And it has to be continuous. We cannot say that we have done it and leave it at that. Thank you so much, panel. I had actually summarized this for this question, so I'm taking time. I'm not summarizing again, but just 2 bits that we don't have the answer. None of us sitting has all the answers. But one thing is for sure, the behavioral aspect of problem solving, innovation, agility, adaptation is going to be critical, and technology is here to stay. Somebody talks slowly, somebody will talk much faster. Thank you so much, panelists. I think it was great. If there are any questions, I have some 5-10 minutes for questions, 5-7 minutes for questions. If there are any questions, can I take 2 questions? Yes.
Already.
Yes, I know. That's the reason I say.
I know this.
So you can give the questions to the panelists when they are looking around. Yeah. So I'm wrapping up. Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks a lot. Really appreciate your time and patience.
Concluding. Thank you all the panelists. Now I request Mr. Nani Gopal, Director NIT, and Mr. P. Dwarkanath to please come up on the stage and do the felicitation.
Let the energy keep flowing.
ऊपर नवीन है ग्रेफ मेरे देश जाने वाले थे तो देश जाने वाले हैं ट्रेनिंग.
I wanted to say this, but I think the best part of this event, we do a lot of planning sessions, but the best part is being with the stalwarts like him and many more who are here in right in front of us. We are really honored because we know you and we are here because we've heard you and been with you so many times. And I'm so grateful, and I'm sure all of us are very grateful. And thank you so much. I think out of all the panels, this has been the most cherished moment of the year for me. It is.
I think we need to celebrate and acknowledge the contributions of people like him, many others, all of them very impressed with this. I don't think you can train and learn only when you are young. I think you can learn at any point of time. You said it, I thought.
Can we have a good photograph, please?
Please close. Please close. Is everything okay? Eight. Four. Thank you.
So I will pick from where Rajesh left. Thank you, everyone. So we have so many leaders who have worked with many generations and are still contributing to the fraternity. So this evening will not be complete. Then we really would like to invite one by one all the senior members of the leadership so that they can share their thoughts. First of all, I would like to invite Dr. Virendra P. Singh, Distinguished Professor, Chairman, Asia Coaching Network. Sir, please come on the rise and share your thoughts about the concept and everything. You can sit and talk about the question.
तो सबसे पहले तो धर्म को बधाई देना चाहूंगा, धर्म रक्षक को, जिन्होंने इस कार्यक्रम का आयोजन किया। जैसा कि कहा कि ये जो पैनल है, इससे जो ऊर्जा मिली, जो एनर्जी मिली, वो अपने आप में भी सीख रहे हैं अगर देखा जाए तो। मुझे ऐसा लगा कि आज का जो कार्यक्रम था वो सफल रहा, लेकिन एक ये पड़ाव, एक ये स्टेज, इसका अगला स्टेज, जैसे कि आई थॉट दैट द फोकस वाज ऑन द स्किल, बट आई थिंक नेक्स्ट टाइम वी शुड टॉक अबाउट द हैबिट्स, because skill is of course very important, but the next step is life. And we all know that the way the world is changing, probably skill is becoming a lot more easier to learn or unlearn. Values are becoming challenging. And this is something we have to probably keep in mind. We are living in 2025, the way the world is changing. You see all across us. I mean, an election was conducted a couple of months back in a far, far land. And the values which they are emanating, the values of discrimination. हम लोगों ने DEI की बहुत बात करी, आज कोई कह रहा है कि DEI रेलेवेंट नहीं है। और एक अमेरिकन एयरलाइन और एक अमेरिकन एयरफोर्स की जहाज जब टकराते हैं, तो वहाँ का जो राष्ट्रपति है वो ये कहता है कि जो एयर ट्रैफिक कंट्रोलर हैं वो इनकॉम्पिटेंट हैं बिकॉज दे रिप्रेजेंट द शिप। दैट्स वेरी अनफॉर्चुनेट। सो दिस इज व्हाट इज हैपनिंग। और सबसे बड़ी बात ये है कि जो हम लोग यहाँ खड़े हैं, तो हमें ये सोचना पड़ेगा कि इसका जवाब हम ही दें। एक बहुत अच्छे शायर हो गए हैं, मैं हिंदी में बोल रहा हूँ जानबूझ के, पर एक बहुत अच्छे शायर हो गए हैं जिनका नाम है राहत इंदौरी। आप लोगों ने उनकी गजलें सुनी होगी। तो मैं आज सोच रहा था कि राहत इंदौरी की गजलों का कुछ शेर आपको सुनाता और इसको जोड़िए जो कुछ हमारे आसपास हो रहा है और किस तरीके से जो HR प्रोफेशनल्स हैं। HR प्रोफेशनल्स आर सेरिब्रल प्रोफेशनल्स, दे आर द थिंकर्स। वो पिछले सेशन में बात हो रही थी कि कहीं ना कहीं कृष्ण की भूमिका हमें निभानी पड़ती है एज HR प्रोफेशनल। राहत इंदौरी कहते हैं कि ना किसी हम सफर से, ना किसी हम नशी से निकलेगा, ना किसी हम सफर, ना किसी हम नशी से निकलेगा, मेरे पांव का कांटा हम ही से निकलेगा। कांटा जो हम लोग देख रहे हैं अपने आसपास, जो वैल्यूज के, ये शायद हमें ही निकालने पड़ेंगे। राहत इंदौरी ने बहुत कुछ कहा है, मैं एक दो और शेर सुना दूंगा, बात लंबी नहीं करूंगा। आपको आनंद आएगा, उसके बाद आप बाहर जाइएगा तो और ज्यादा। मैं जानता था
कि जहरीला सांप बनकर, मैं जानता था कि जहरीला सांप बन के तेरा खुलूस मोहब्बत, मैं जानता था कि जहरीला सांप बन के तेरा खुलूस मेरे आस्तीन से निकलेगा। बुजुर्ग कहते थे कि एक रोज आएगा एक दिन, ये आर्टिकल बड़ा चैलेंजिंग है, ये हम लोग को कहाँ लेके जा रहा है वी कैन नॉट इमेजिन। जो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के जो संस्थापक थे, जो इन्वेंटर थे, दे आर वरीड, and we think that this is a technology which is going to help us, but barely this would be, we are riding a tiger and this tiger may eat us out. बुजुर्ग कहते थे कि एक रोज आएगा एक दिन जहां से ये डूबेगा सूरज वहीं से निकलेगा। और आखिरी लाइन है, इसको ध्यान से सुनिएगा क्योंकि ये शायद मेरे ऊपर भी लागू होती है। इसी गली में एक भूखा फकीर रहता था, इसी गली में एक भूखा फकीर रहता था, तलाश कीजिए खजाना वहीं मिलेगा। से निकलेगा हमारे गांव का कांटा, हम इससे निकलेगा। तो ये शुरुआत हो रही है, जरूरत है कि हम लोग चीजों को नए ढंग से सीखें, समझें, और ये ना समझें कि ये आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस सारे मर्ज की दवा है। शायद ये मर्ज है, दवा नहीं।
Thank you so much, sir. That is why they say old is gold. Next, I would like to invite Mr. P. Dwarkana, former chairman, JST Consumer Healthcare Limited.
Good evening to everyone. In the interest of time, I would like to keep it brief. You must have had a very interesting sessions today. Firstly, I want to congratulate NHRD and Rewari and Albert chapter. I think it's very important. We all come from different parts of NCR, but this is one aspect, which I thought we should focus. We should try to mentor, support some of them who are, yes, not in the range of NCR. So I'm glad that, that initiative was taken by NHRDN to bring it, and also must thank the Nalanda Institute of Technology, Bhubaneswar, having come here in collaboration. I think in these matters, this can't be done alone by NHRD or anyone. I think we need that support and collaborations, and also from Crest'XO and HR today. Unless we get that sort of a collaborative efforts, we'll not be able to move forward. I think I had the benefit of witnessing the last session panel discussion. It was very thrilling and exciting. I just want to leave two messages without talking much. It's important that when we're talking about, I think Dr. Singh talked about the AI and so on. Critical thinking is very important. Let us not, I think, will not touch that point. We talked about everything. Critical thinking, especially when you are applying these tools and mechanisms, we tend to be, if you want to draft, you go to ChatGPT and get it. That critical thinking, we should make an attempt, then you take the effort of any other mode to do it. That's one aspect. Age is not a barrier for any of these things. I think, then you must imagine, I started my career in 70, and by the time I saw the internet, nearly 30 years is over. So I think efforts have to be made, but maybe a different level of understanding. Last, I don't like the word skill gap. I think, you split skills development, because you need not be a gap. The whole concept of management today is build on your strengths as well. I think you both build on strength. Don't talk about gap. Gap shows a negative connotation. These are my three. Thanks for your patient hearing. Wish you all the best. Have a good day.
So moving on to a very interesting person. I enjoyed his talk last time, personally. I would like to invite Dr. G.P. Rao, founder and managing director, GPR HR Consulting LLP.
Namaskar. Hearty congratulations to NHRD and Rewari on the chapter. So I will tell you a story. किसी एयरलाइंस ने AI, automation, machine learning लेके एक बहुत बढ़िया एयरक्राफ्ट बनाया. उस एयरक्राफ्ट में कोई मैन पावर नहीं है, कोई पायलट नहीं है, कोई होस्टेस नहीं है। तो आपको एक चिप दिया जाता है, तो चिप लेके आप जाओ, दरवाजा खुल जाता है, सीट बताता है, सीट पे बैठ जाएंगे, आपको नाश्ता मिलेगा, चाय मिलेगा। तो एक फ्रंट रो में एक आदमी पूछा, ये क्या है, इतना चमत्कार है। बोला, आजकल तो एआई की मशीन लर्निंग में होता है, तो इधर सचमुच कोई नहीं है, कोई नहीं है। लेकिन ह्यूमन बीइंग्स का क्यूरियोसिटी होता है, हम लोग का एक बहुत बड़ा स्ट्रेंथ है क्यूरियोसिटी। तो वो क्यूरियस होके बोले कि मैं वॉशरूम जाऊं। एक्चुअली उसको वॉशरूम नहीं जाना था, ही वांटेड टू सी कॉकपिट में कोई है क्या, देख के कोई नहीं है, फिर बैठ गया। फिर बाद में 1 घंटा के बाद सचमुच उसको वॉशरूम जाना था, तो इस बार वॉशरूम गया, कॉकपिट में देखा तो अंदर में कुत्ता था। कि वो तो यार हमारा नहीं है ना, एयरलाइंस का नहीं है। तो बड़े कुत्ता है, आउटसोर्स है, बड़े कुत्ता क्यों रखा, सिक्योरिटी वाला रखा। क्यों रखा, तुम जाके अंदर कोई फिडल विद स्पीचेस कर दो। सी इतना ऑटोमेटेड एयरक्राफ्ट में अगर ऐसा क्यूरियस वाला जाके कुछ कर देगा, उसको प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए कुत्ता रखा। फिर जाके देखा एक आदमी था, अरे बॉस तुमने झूठ बोला, यू सेड इट्स अ मैनलेस एयरक्राफ्ट, वहां पे देयर इज अ ह्यूमन बीइंग। बोला कि द ह्यूमन बीइंग डजंट बिलोंग टू एयरवेज, द ह्यूमन बीइंग डजंट बिलोंग टू आउटसोर्स एजेंसी। किसको बिलोंग करते हैं, डॉग एज एम्प्लॉय। तो डॉग ने क्यों, डॉग का इच्छा, डॉग क्यों एम्प्लॉय किया, पर डॉग को बिस्किट चाहिए था, उसका बच्चित नहीं है, तो डॉग को चाय चाहिए, तो इसलिए मतलब ऐसे ही चल रहा है। तो ये सब कहानी सुनने से आपको लगता होगा ह्यूमन वैल्यूज कम हो गया, हमारा कोई इज्जत नहीं है, कुत्ता को बिस्किट खिला रहे हैं। एक मिनट, अब मेरा संग आइए, ऐसा एयरक्राफ्ट बनाने के लिए यू नीड साइंटिस्ट, you need technologists, you need technicians, you need control operators, you need precision, you need advancement, you need research, you need R&D. So human beings का वैल्यू बढ़ गया। हम लोग मैनुअल काम नहीं करेंगे, रिपीटेटिव काम नहीं करेंगे, हम करेंगे इस टाइप का स्ट्रेटेजिक का, ऑटोमेशन का, कंट्रोल करेंगे। Hundreds and thousands of people will be doing excellent job of advanced level. That means अब इस एरिया से देखो, AI is a collaborator, AI is a tool, AI is an augmented intelligence, AI is an additional intelligence, AI is an allied intelligence. Natural intelligence को बचा के रखो, natural intelligence is our strength. उस natural intelligence में जो AI से हमको जितना समय मिलता है, repetitive काम से, manual काम से, और low productive काम से, low value काम में, वो सब के जो समय मिलता है स्ट्रेटेजिक थिंकिंग करेंगे, यूज और हार्ट, जो डॉक्टर सिंह ने बोला, कल्चर बदलने में, एम्पैथी बदलने में, रिलेशन बनाने में, वैल्यूज बदलने में, उसमें यूज करेंगे। ये जरिया से देख, डोंट थिंक दैट्स एनीथिंग, इट्स ऑगमेंटेड। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
I will never forget, ever. Thank you so much, sir. Yes. So now moving ahead, one of the important pillars of this chapter, I would like to request Mr. S.Y. Siddiqui, Chief Mentor of the chapter, Maruti Suzuki India Private Limited, past President and HRDN. So please.
Good evening to you all. Compliment them and the entire team of Rewari of the chapter. I think I am very happy that you are rocking excellent kind of event. But next time I am going to take a flight, and that is very shortly. First, I check the other phone. Make sure that chip wala arrangement hai, kutta hai, aadmi kaun. But let me tell you one thing: is these are very exciting times for the HR professionals. I think when we are talking of the Bani world, when we are talking of issues, when we are talking of problems, I see it slightly differently. I look at limitless possibilities, opportunities for us to really come into prominence and play a value-added role for our respective companies. And I have been talking about it. HR should be a business function, should not be a support function or a staff function, and all that is outdated. And lot of discussion about technology and what will happen, AI, generative AI, this will happen, that will happen. Yes, some magical outcomes, maybe speed, efficiency, reach, transparency, measurement. Certainly, there are, but as Dr. Vipin said, we should also be prepared for some kind of surprising, shocking outcomes because tech can be at that. And somewhere, I think a few years back, I was at Detroit at US. Mr. Bhargav, the chairman of Maruti, he asked me that I cannot go medical reasons, so you go and address this conference of KPMG. I asked what time is the conference at Detroit. It was -6 there. So he said, unfortunately, the conference there at 7:30 in the morning, which for the first time in my life, I addressed a conference. So he said, I'll connect on a video conference from Gurgaon KPMG and you handle it there and there. So fine. As luck would have it, tech failed. We could see Mr. Bhargav, but we could not hear him. So then he called on my mobile that they are having limited time, 1 hour, 30 minutes. So you go ahead and do the whole thing. So tech is unpredictable at times. But at the same time, I think somewhere, Dwarka boss was speaking in one of the conference with us, and he made one relevant point. Human beings have created tech, and human beings will control tech, and they will define and redefine how we are going to use tech. So I think this question that whether generative AI will come and replace human beings and all that, not feasible. But I think coming back to the opportunities, what I wish is with this kind of initiative, this thing what Dharam and his team has done, I think you people should assume bigger leadership roles. And on that leadership perspective, we have been hearing a lot of definitions and a lot of things. And Dwarka, myself, GP, Pimal, we were part of some, consulting assignment. We were there at Manesar for 2 days, coming straight from there. And there, perhaps we were looking at 30 odd people of a company, top leadership layer, what exactly is going to be the new DNA of leadership. And somewhere this, post-COVID, I think compassionate leadership, caring for people, empathy, and all this coming into big way. But I think communicating to business leaders, sometimes they are not able to understand. So I shared one story with them there. Encouraged by this wonderful story from GP. Let me just talk to you quickly, very fast. Somewhere in US, in a kind of suburb, village area, a shop owner, very big store owner, was managing his local work. Some families coming in, buying daily groceries and all that stuff. So one day, he hired a new guy, young guy, 21 years old. And that day, by noon time, he saw that tomatoes are in very big demand, but he did not have much stock. So he gave him $50 and said, get some 5 bags of tomatoes from the nearby bigger market. This young boy went there, excitement, got the tomatoes, spent $50. While coming back, that strap broke. Tomatoes went onto the road and the cars coming in smashed all the tomatoes. So some village elders were having, a little bit of sunshine. So they said, oh, poor guy, first day, first job, and such a big loss. At that point of time, they were just offering sympathies, but no solution, no support. But then in walked a tall, little oldish guy, and then he said, no, I think, but we must do something for him. So let me contribute $5 for him. So others also got encouraged. So he got $100. Contribution crowdfunding was $100. So he went back, bought this 5 kg thing, was coming back. Then one of the elders who was sympathizing, he said, yeah, you must go and thank this guy who started supporting you. He said, no need. He's my boss. He's the shop owner. All the time criticizing our people, all the time demanding performance, labeling people as underachievers, non-performers. I think I said limitless possibility. Human beings, if you start looking at them, what is the kind of potential I can harness in my team members? Appreciation, empowerment, maybe encouragement, hand-holding, mentoring. Wishing you all the very best. I think more such events, you should do well. When you will do well, please decide why only Maruti cars. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I think this is an art to make people understand what you think so clearly that they can actually visualize that. So moving on to one more speaker in the evening, I would like to invite Mr. R.S. Tabas. He is an international trainer, coach, mentor, HR expert, and former president of NHR again.
After GB Rao, Dr. VP Singh, itni parchi bhari hui inki jeb mein. And Mr. Siddiqui Dwarkanath, it's really and difficult to speak. But it has been a wonderful event. Thank you, Dharam. And really, objective of Nestle Charting Network is just to share the best practices, and that should remain always. And this is one of the events which has helped us. How this AI and GPT is helping? मैं एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल आपको देता हूँ. आज मुझे कहीं लेबर कम्पिटिटिवनेस के लिए कहीं कोई डाटा चाहिए था. पहले कई दिन लगते थे. मैंने जीपीटी पे डाला मारुति, सोनी, स्प्लेंडर, इनकी 90 में क्या कॉस्ट, स्प्लेंडर तो बाद में आएंगे, मगर इनकी 90 में मारुति की क्या कॉस्ट थी, उसमें आया 1,50,000. मैंने कहा उसकी मार्केट वैल्यू आज कितनी है, उसमें आया 35 लाख. 1.5 लाख रुपए को आज हम अगर जमा कराते 35 लाख, दैट्स एंड रियली मुझे सब समाधान मिल गया लेबर कम्पिटिटिवनेस के लिए. सोनी कितनी क्या कॉस्ट थी, और क्वालिटी ऑफ वो 800 नहीं है वो क्वालिटी. सो दिस इज बेसिकली एआई इज वेरी वेरी यूजफुल. Knowledge is basically today again दोनों है. We need to connect with the people. That is very essential. That's the key role of HR. But at the same time, we can become more competitive using AI also. So I think we need to have a balance. And well, friends, thank you for sharing. The program has been wonderful. All sessions have been wonderful. And coffee with Dharam was a wonderful session. Coffee, thank you. बहुत बढ़िया. Thank you very much. All the best.
तो मैंने ना लास्ट सेशन में जीपी राव से सीखा था, मुझे वही करना पड़ेगा. हमारे बीच में जो लोग हैं उनके लिए फास्टर, लॉन्गर एंड लाउडर अप्लॉज.
Good to see you.
Come, please. Sit around for 10 minutes only. I'll take more 10 minutes. Please, sir.
आप वो 10 बोले तो 20
So please, sir.
बहुत क्विक हूँ.
अच्छा, आपका ओके.
Supi Dwarka, Dr. G.P. Rao, SY Siddiqui.
अच्छा, जाना है बस.
State for participants.
So faster block. अभी करो.
ये यार वो डायरेक्टर को बुला लो. हाँ, एक्चुअली आई एम फ्रॉम ओडिशा. मैं थोड़ा ब्रांडिंग का ब्रांडिंग का ब्रांड ओडिशा कर रहा.
My all the organizing team, please come. Vishaka, please also come. Purnima, Vijay, come. Sunil. Vijay कहाँ? Vijay? अब्दुल्ला, अरे सुनील को बुला लो.
नेटवर्किंग सीखे तो चाहिए.
Listen the group.
पीछे से देखो. एक मिनट अब्दुल्ला आ रहा है क्या?
जल्दी जल्दी जल्दी.
राजेश जल्दी आप में फोटो में आओ ना. आ जाओ फोटो.
जितने पैनलिस्ट आ जाओ.
आप बोल सकते हैं पैनलिस्ट.
Hold record.
on person to them. You want to in space NHL doesn't get ये फोटो डिलीट करो बस हो गया लास्ट है भाई नहीं बुलाए Can you click one from here? How is back? ये राजेश के फोटो में ले लो Thank you. नहीं अच्छा काम You are speaking.
I'm just so much for the wonderful audience. And और उसमें के लिए लोग जॉब रेडी नहीं है Here we were talking about how we can have AI, but most of the children do not even have access of a smartphone or just different. So, our big story I would like to share, yeah, like they were when we started, we asked is it 14 or 3 is one of us that is going to become a thief. When I asked why, he said कि जरूरत क्या है काम करने की जब भूख लगेगी चुरा के खा सकता हूँ. Now the same children are designing remote control robots, boats. Yes, they were. Pay attention for 2 minutes. Okay. Then I will tell you. And they are now going for Hello India also. They are and aiming for Olympics as well. Different aspects and things are mentioned about the values. Class 6 students, they on their own, they started a library during COVID and they were teaching children from class 1 to 3 because they were access from education during COVID. So that is the leadership we are
building in these children. We work with them after school and in the government school to impart life skills and foundational education. So my invitation to you is connect with us so that we just don't teach, we build future. So thank you everyone for listening. Great evening. Great work. And please come on the line.
हाँ भाई
Quite transfer in the world.
Thank you. For partnering with us. I would like to thanks Crest'XO, HR like mentors who always use of that exam, okay, how to use head, heart, and hand, okay, and when to use heart, when to use head, and when to use the hand, okay. And also, I would like to extend my thanks to all the delegates, the panelists, the speakers, the MC, HRD and RD. And also, I would like to extend the thanks to the hotel Hilton and also to the creative solutions. The volunteers we have. At the same time, I would like to extend the thanks to our chapter president, Mr. Sarabjit. Very join the dots. Thank you very much for joining us. Now let's join him for the cocktail dinner. Yeah. Before that, let's join for the photograph. Please come. Please come. Everybody, please come.
Repeating, sir.
Replay.
Oh, we can stand.
Thank you.
Thanks for your.
Bye-bye. Thank you.